Hello everyone and welcome back to the Land of Sundered Crowns for the next episode of the campaign, session I should say I suppose. On our last session, let's bring you all over to the area map. On the first session, are you guys coming over? It seems like you're coming slowly, okay.
Using acrobatics to enter the map.
So, on the first session, as you guys traveled along the road to Aldwell, on the border between Morosa and the Calaran Confederation, you were ambushed on the road. You continued along to spend the night where the apparent leader of this band came to attack you with some more of his... I always get hiccups right as we start. With some more of his followers. Beating back that ambush, you then traveled north from the road using the map that had been created for you by the unfortunate Conlon. Arrived there, fought a figure in red robes who seemed to be in apparent control of several direwolves, and defeated him and the remaining bandits and rescued the Lady Kindal, or the woman, I should say. She is by no means a noble lady. Kindal and her teenage boy Hamish, who informed you that they were survivors of an attack on the road that had claimed her husband. They had been returning to Aldwell after purchasing supplies in Campon, further up the road. You had just completed your fight there. Let's bring you into the Smuggler's Haunt itself. It is now getting toward twilight, as you have finished kind of moving the bodies and finished your very thorough search of this tower and the surrounding area, where you did indeed uncover a great number of items. So, is everybody here? They are. Fantastic. So, what you had found so far were several crates, as I mentioned, of nails, tools, and other sundries. Actually, I know that I had posted this, so do you guys want me to go back through the whole list again? Or are you happy with just the write-up, plus some additional stuff that I am going to mention?
Write-up.
You're all good with the write-up? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, yes.
Well,
As long as you mentioned the most important piece of loot we got.
The alcohol.
I was going to say the pup.
Oh, yes.
his name is Valco.
You did also indeed, or Naira so far is the only one that has actually formed a bond with the creature, or the, critter, let's call him. But yes, she has named and apparently developed at least some form of rapport with the pup Valco.
And I believe I just finished ritual casting Unseen Servant, so I'm going to set that to serve everybody dinner, break out some of the wine, just do all that.
Okay, absolutely. And so Hamish and Kindle kind of watch your mess kit and everything be set up by these invisible hands with wide-eyed fascination. Hamish seems more kind of invested in it than Kindle, who has something of a distant, obviously somewhat shell-shocked and saddened look in her eyes, but they're both kind of watching the spectacle somewhat in apparent fascination and awe. As for the rest of you... so one thing I don't know if I mentioned. So I went over everything that you found kind of in the area here. Did you also search the bodies as you moved them? I'm going to assume so.
I moved them all. I was not searching them yet.
Okay.
I was going to do a thing or allow somebody with a much better investigation than me to do it.
I think I have a passive investigation of 18.
That's a lot better than mine.
But I would also probably not really want to touch any dead bodies.
They're clean.
So I could use some help.
I will offer my services to my dear little sister.
But
And where are
Lauren,
those bodies?
oh, they're all outside. I would lead you over to the left, well, west directions, yeah, to where Lorium has neatly stacked all the bodies. And he'll sit down, and while they do their thing, he'll start ritually casting detect magic.
Okie dokie.
You know what's funny is I was going to do that too. In fact, when you start, she will just suddenly become very fascinated with your technique. She's just like, oh, that's interesting. I haven't learned it that way before.
Yeah, there's a difference of divine and innate spellcasting, I suppose.
Oh, I don't know that I would call mine innate.
So, initially, whilst they are beginning their cast, you, Midnight, searching through the bodies, find obviously the weaponry that had not already been stripped from them. Calcifer had found the ornate dagger and the barbed bullwhip that had been carried by the red-robed figure. You also find not just on the bodies, but also scattered around where they had fallen, 4 scimitars, 2 mauls, 3 crossbows, and 15 remaining bolts, which you are able to add to the pile. You are also able to find an additional 7 gold pieces that they had on them at the time. And apart from
Was
that...
it 3 crossbows?
3 crossbows, yes. I will actually pop it in the Discord chat. Or actually, I'll pop it in the public thing here.
You said that there were silks and stuff, and a little clasp of some sort, like a little pendant or something?
Yes, there was there were 10 bolts of silk, like fairly large, kind of obviously not intended for necessarily industrial use, but intended to be turned into garments. And then several kind of large crates of what turned out to be almost costume-like clothing, generally quite flamboyant and fancy, like not necessarily particularly well made, but kind of slightly better than costume jewelry, but certainly not diamonds. It is the kind of level we're working with here.
And I think Midnight had the clasp, and he would have given that to Calcifer to look at.
Okay. Oh, is it magical?
When it was described to us, there were runes on it.
It is. So what it is essentially it's a about that big. It looks like the kind of clasp that you would put on a cloak to kind of hold it in place, and it is a brass ring that is indeed etched with runes, and inside there is the shape, kind of the outline in brass, kind of engraved with some detailing of a feather.
I'm going to take a look at it, and I guess I'll roll Arcana or something to see if I can discern whether or not the runes are magical.
Sure, roll Arcana.
5. I don't know shit. But Calcifer
could I have a look at that?
Calcifer says, certainly, and he hands it to you and says, if it's no use to you, I definitely want to see if I find a matching bolt of fabric to go with it. It's quite beautiful.
You, Naira, actually recognize this almost instantly. You have not yet cast Detect Magic on it, but you have seen these kinds of... you actually immediately recognize these kinds of inscriptions. They were very common in the kind of magical workshops of Vanya, and also this kind of clasp was a very common, not necessarily affectation, but signifier of sort of debonair and dashing status among certain circles in Perona, where you trained as a bard. You believe this to be a feather token. Essentially, once per day, it can be used to cast Featherfall on the wearer. that is what you gather from the runes. You can't tell for certain whether or not this is a real one, having not yet cast your detect magic, but it looks the genuine article.
Okay, well, I mean, if it's a forgery, it's a very good forgery. But we'll know in a minute once he's done casting detect magic, and then we'll know for certain. But I think that this can help keep people safe from harm if they fall. It's very nice. And then I'm going to sort of arch an eyebrow in Midnight's direction, and I'm going to say, Bossamir, Nix.
When she looks over, Nyx is just like straddling a corpse, hands rifling through pockets.
Well, one thing that you do find whilst you are searching through the bodies, did you want to respond to her at all, by the way? Sorry, before I continue with that.
Me?
No, Midnight.
1 second. I'm learning a new language, you guys. He'll just he'll nod in her general direction and then like kind of go back to rifling.
Okay. So you do find on the most of the rest of the bandits, you find like the normal kind of sundries of just everyday life, in addition to the coin purses. Like, you know, you find like one of them's got some bits of mess kit that he had on him, apparently, you know, being in the middle of preparing a meal when you guys attacked. One of the others looks like he might have been in the middle of trying to repair a tear in his shirt. He's got some needle and thread and the like, but nothing really of note beyond just the everyday detritus that you would normally expect to find in people's pockets and things like that. However, on the man with the red robes, on closer inspection, as Calcifer kind of got that initial untidy, somewhat disheveled impression of him, that is certainly carried on by your investigation. Actually, can you give me a investigation roll for these?
Do you want me to do that, or?
Oh no, Midnight should do it, but with advantage.
Oh, thank goodness.
Nice.
Remember to actually check their pockets.
Not just straddle them.
Nyx like stops, fully stands up. Well, if you'd like to show me how, by all means, the floor is yours.
Oh no, that's fine. You need to improve your technique.
And, you know, as she said that, you do kind of realize that you were sort of jumping straight to the advanced class, like feeling the seams of all of their clothing and everything like that. And then you kind of go, wait, no, these guys weren't necessarily trying to hide anything. And you start to rifle through their pockets and find that. Then you get to the man in the red robes. And this impression of him as being somewhat sort of untidy and unwashed is certainly carried forward in close proximity to him. Even in death, his face and eyes have this kind of wild, staring look to them. His hair is disheveled and matted to his head. His robes themselves, though they were once, if not fine, at least, you know, they were good quality, like thick, heavy, nice material and rich color in them. They have been somewhat, you know, stained and damaged by age. He has obviously been wearing them, and possibly only them, for a good deal of time, and all of the hems are ragged with use and dirt and goodness knows what else. But rifling through them, they are quite voluminous and they can hide a good deal. You do actually find a coin purse holding 5 platinum and another 7 gold, as well as sorry, was somebody going to say something there?
I was just going to say we're definitely going to need to figure out how much we found at the end and divvy it all up, because I have no idea how much we're supposed to have.
It was a surprising amount.
Yes, actually. So, already before the what you had found on the bodies themselves, you had already found in a series of like what looked to be kind of personal chests or lockers that were strewn throughout the camp. You'd found about 137 gold. But then, in addition to that, you also found. Oh, hang on! I posted it in general, and then
It was like 700.
yeah,
I know, it was a ridiculous amount. I'm just.
Here we go.
Yeah.
It was back before all of the journal and everything. Here we go. Yeah. So in total, after you had found the hidden cache of short swords and leather ostensibly treated for armor, along with the bows and arrows and things like that, there was another 500 or so gold for a total of 708. Now risen to 715 and 700 and another 722 gold and another 5 platinum. So 772 gold total in various coinage.
But not all of that is contemporary money, is it?
No. A good amount of the money that you found in the cache was in actually it would look to be imperial coinage from the late imperial period generally. So probably most of the coins were between 75 to 150-ish years old. From the reign of the last emperor and a few from his father, but yes. That kind of coinage is still accepted fairly widely, especially in more of the remoter areas of the former empire, simply because none of the major powers now have gotten around to fully rebranding their economies.
I don't want to waste time doing it, but I would like to go through whatever costume jewelries and costume and find like whatever fancy cape or beautiful robe catches my eye, or whatever pendant, jewel, clasp, or anything like that is noble-ish
Okay,
worthy.
we will get to that in a second, so remind me of that if I don't come back to it. But in addition, on the Red Road figure, you do also find a set of what look to be like potentially finger bones that have been carved with strange symbols and runes, as well as a again what looks to be like a large kind of tooth of some kind of animal that has had a strange sigil carved into it. What look to be 2 jagged lines, like facing each other, one above the other. And that is worn on a cord around his neck.
Nyx picks that up and just kind of goes, Cal?
Basamir! Nyx.
You called for me, dear.
He'll just hold it out in the general direction of both Calcifer and Naira.
Who has crossed her arms and turned her back to her brother.
Can I... Sorry, there's something going on. This Bossamir is...
Just look at this. She'll get over it.
Okay, take a look at it. I'm gonna roll Arcana.
Well, what knowledges do you have? Like, do you so you've got Arcana? Do you have? Well, actually, are you proficient in Arcana?
I don't. I'm nope. I am
Are you
not. I am
proficient
all
in history?
intuition.
Are you proficient in history or religion?
I am proficient in deception, intimidation, insight, perception, performance, and persuasion.
Oh, go
I
ahead
said
and
I do.
go ahead and roll me a history check then. But it is going to be a high DC considering you are not like actually, you haven't studied this kind of thing.
16.
No, you don't recognize it.
Yeah, I'll look at Nyx and I'll say, I do apologize for my deficiencies, but I'm not an expert in anything like this. I'm no arcanist. Like I said before, my talents are, well, naturally occurring, not
And
studied.
as Nyx is holding it up, a hand apparates in the air next to it, grips around it, and starts to tug it from your hand.
Do I recognize this hand?
It is a trick you have seen your sister use several times in the past.
It probably, in fact, looks like a clawed tabaxi hand.
Oh, I'll fight it. I'm sure I have better strength than it.
How much? I mean, technically, yeah, you just have to be a 10-pound pull strength, so I'm not even going to make you roll for that. You can kind of just like, wait, no.
I'm not gonna give it to you while you're pouting.
Does my detect magic finish? As I watch the two siblings fight.
Can I answer his question? But I also want to know: can I see them from where I am?
Yeah, like you all are where you are on the map. Can you guys all see yourselves?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would Arcana or History be better?
Either.
I am proficient in both.
Either, but because you're proficient in both, I will let you roll with advantage.
Nice.
Oof, okay.
Andrew, before you say anything, I would not be sharing this information with anybody.
Okay. So in that case... Be right back, guys. No, you didn't. I just moved you into the private room. Can you hear me?
No, I can't. I get dropped from these calls.
Oh, crud. Can you rejoin? Ah.
I will just mute and then come out and speak.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Naira, are you back?
I'm right here.
Oh, okay. So, never mind. 1 second.
Just walk to the other room.
This, you don't recognize this. You are very sure, in fact, that
What were
this
you
is
saying,
not any
Calcifer?
kind of major deity or anything like that. You have seen these kinds of symbols before. Typically,
Sorry, I was muted.
this is some kind of...
Calcifer will look at you
this is
and
very
say,
yeah.
did you like my
I don't
painting
know
of you?
what this is, but it is an effigy of some description, very clearly designed
yeah, it
as
was-
a way
it
of
was
connecting with some
Real
form of
nice.
occult
I've
power.
never actually had anyone
You do not
do
recognize
anything like
the
that
symbology
before
on
for
it,
me. So
but you
this is
looking
mostly
at
just
it in
shock,
conjunction
not
with the finger bones,
uh,
you do
any
see
kind of like tell on how I think your art is.
similarities between
It's
some
really
of the
great.
runes
I just
and some
this is
very
new for me.
primitive, archaic forms of draconic.
Okay.
He'll stare you up and down and say,
So
well,
I
if you
think
want
it's
another,
probably- it's
you know where to
probably
find me.
religious in nature?
Hmm?
So it's probably religious in nature?
Probably.
Yep, we all sleeping in the same place.
You don't know that.
Calcifer smiles, widens, and you see a little bit of a little glint of teeth in the darkness, and he just makes eye contact and smiles when you say this.
So creepy.
Yeah.
By the way, my mage hand is now resting on my shoulder. It's it's lost interest in the bones and things that I was recently trying to pull out of your hand.
He would have tug a ward with you, but he would have let the hand take it.
Oh no, she starts walking away. She has a very smug look on her face, though. Just super smug.
I know something you don't know.
Well, since they're useless, and he chugs the bones.
How far?
Wait, I was gonna look at those.
Actually, can I sleight of hand to not actually like for a dog, like you thought I threw it, but it's still in my hand.
You bitch.
Sure, roll me a sleight of hand.
Doesn't matter what you roll, you'll beat him.
And yeah, I mean, anybody who wants to make an opposed percent. Oh!
Yeah, anybody who wants to.
You know what? For funsies, right? Just kidding, I can't.
Yeah, even a natural 20, I don't think anybody's got more than a +7 on
I
their
just wanted to see
perception.
if I could roll
Hold
that
on,
20.
let me-
Not even close.
No, even with a nat 20, I would not come close.
Yep. Okay, so yeah, you managed to very convincingly kind of palm it as you throw it. And so what are you palming? Is it just the large kind of effigy? Or the kind of tooth thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just in my hand now.
Okay. So, yes, Lorium, having observed this spectacle whilst you focused and chanted, you finish your casting and are now able to see into the magical spectrum. How does magic kind of appear to you when you are looking at it with this spell? How does it kind of, how do your senses interpret it?
Just small blue, like translucent flames.
Okay.
As his purple eye glows now just a sea blue.
Okay, yeah, so, this slight light shines from your eye and you cast it over the scene around you. And you see that pretty much all of your companions actually have some magic about their person. If you want to focus on any of them, more detail can be provided. But you, looking specifically at the dead guys in front of you and at some of the kind of loot that has been acquired from them, none of it appears magical, with the exception of the bullwhip that was taken from the red-robed figure. This whip, as I mentioned, is made from like a number of leather thongs that have been very tightly woven together into this long whip, and between some of the thongs, these cruel barbs of like chips of stone and strange opalescent black metal have been placed in onto it. The whip does detect as having a faint magical aura.
What? Right.
Give me an Arcana check. Actually, do you need to make an Arcana check for detect magic? I thought you did.
No, I think it just tells you. It just tells you the school of magic.
Let me
I
just
am
double
blind.
check.
It does
Yeah,
tell
and
you
you
the
learn
school.
it school
Yeah,
of
okay.
magic. It's
No, okay, yeah. So actually, a very faint aura of enchantment magic. But go ahead and roll me a Arcana check anyway.
That'll be fun.
Just so you know, Nyx had the whip, and it is definitely on his hip right now.
Yeah.
And he'll just look at you staring at him and be like, eye up here.
I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at your whip.
And
You can interpret that as you may.
Nyx will.
is there something special about the whip?
It's got enchantment magic on it.
Enchantment.
Yep. And looking at the whip, you said it's heavy, but it's definitely a dex weapon, right?
Yes, yeah. It is like it is designed for use as a as a whip. It's just a particularly cruel looking one. And I
Yeah.
mean, looking at it from a martial capacity, you know, you are a fairly experienced fighter, and you have seen whips used in combat before. This actually would not make for a great weapon. Like, even though the barbs and everything on it look quite impressive and cruel, it's kind of, you know, like spiked mall ninja in terms of how effective it would be as an actual weapon.
Okay.
Spiked.
Can I make an Arcana check now that I know that it's got enchantment on it?
Yes, because you were also ritually casting your own detect magic. You paused to argue with your brother there, but
I was not actually, because
were
he
you
said
not?
he was doing it. I did not. I did not do anything.
Okay.
I was just trying to figure out, based on context, if I could make any kind of educated guesses.
Yeah.
No, not. I mean, not just kind of by looking at it. It doesn't have any symbology or anything like that you're familiar with. You would need to cast your own detect magic.
Okay, what I was just what I was meaning was that I saw how it was sort of being used.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like, you could guess that, like, it having enchantment magic on it and it being brandished by the person that was controlling the wolves, possibly, like, you are a very intelligent character, so possibly there would be some connection there, but there'd be no way to confirm that.
Okay.
I was already starting to piece that together. I don't know if you're expecting to hit anybody with it, but it doesn't seem like it'd be good for it.
Oh, what? This? No. That's not my style. But, while I have your attention, and, Nix will hold out his, right, arm in front of you and then drop, while still holding on to, like, the strap. Drop the necklace so that you can see it.
Lauren will just look back in the direction where you supposedly threw it, and then just look back at you and just say, "Fuck you."
And he will hold it out till you take it.
Okay, he'll take it.
Looking at it, it does not appear.
I'm trying to take that whip, by the way.
Okay, so, yeah, Midnight, go ahead and roll me a perception check.
I have a question.
Natural 1.
Would I get advantage because it is what we've been talking about, so I'd be aware of it?
Actually,
Well,
I thought about that, but
You're focused on me and your bones.
that's where I'm coming from too. So yeah, no, there would be no advantage on it. You are. I mean, I was actually considering giving you disadvantage because you are in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah. you got it.
God damn.
This dice rolling module really helps with our
Only
numbers.
for him though, because he rolls like 5 a goddamn day.
Big
And
time.
then it hates me later. But no, I will say, I very purposely took the whip because of what's in it, and I would not let anybody take it from me.
That's fair, and I mean that certainly is reflected in this instance, because yes, you are instantly able to see her kind of reaching for it out of the corner of your eye.
I'll just hold on.
Really want to do stupid shit, but Lauren wouldn't do that right now. So.
Well, while
just
he's
watching two
thinking,
siblings fight the entire time.
as this is
I'll-
about to go down. Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh, no, I'll just lightly scoot her hand out of the way and then look at her and say, "Boss Amir." And then walk back towards the fort thing.
Okay. Well, whilst as that goes down, Lorian, you have been handed the engraved tooth. It does not appear magical. Who had the brooch, the feather brooch?
I have handed that back over to Calcifer.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't. He's playing with it on his
So
with his hands.
yes,
He's just like twirling back and forth.
you would see, as you look at it, you see the slight shimmering, flaming aura around it that you recognize as a magical object. Not a hugely powerful one, but definitely magical. And judge from the way that the flames kind of form around it and the colors as they burn off, you recognize it as a faint transmutation aura.
By the way, Lorium, now that Nyx has walked away, Naira is sort of rocking up onto the tip of her toes and just looking at you very eagerly, like she is bursting to say something.
He'll just side eye you, but then try to hand you the bone necklace. So this isn't magical, but that definitely is, and he'll point to the feather brooch.
Oh, so it is autistic. Oh, that's really neat. Her mage hand will come off her shoulder and grab the bones because she has no interest in touching them. But she will then say, "Do you recognize these?"
The bones?
Yeah.
Would I recognize it? I'm only proficient in religion.
Go ahead and roll me a religion.
Okay. 8.
You don't recognize it. It's a fairly primitive sigil, and so it could mean any number of things related to any number of deities. You're not really certain.
Doesn't look like anything to me but a bone.
Oh, but do you recognize that it's draconic? Well, it's archaic draconic, but it's still draconic. It's very exciting.
Draconic? Is it dragon bone or?
Oh, actually, I don't know. I don't think so. It's very small. I imagine dragon bones are, well, much bigger.
Definitely doesn't speak draconic, so he wouldn't. It just looked like bone to me.
I would then want to repeat the thing that I had learned, but you'd already called it an effigy, so I don't know what else to say.
In a figgy. You can say it like that.
Andrew?
Naira is able to reveal that whilst she can't specifically identify what the bone and the symbology on it are relating to, it does bear a striking resemblance to a number of kind of occult effigies that it just basically in form and the way that it was being utilized and worn by this robed figure. It does appear to be essentially the equivalent of a holy symbol where somebody is not concerned with a major deity. So it's not something that would be considered an actual divine symbol, but a occult version of that.
Ah.
It seems such an odd thing for a bandit to have on him.
Maybe he was part of some larger group. We could take the body back and see if there's a bounty.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like a great idea.
Sounds like a great idea for you.
I'll let you handle that.
He'll just smile.
Okay, Calcifer, you mentioned that you wanted to be rifling through the box of ladies' underwear.
That, you know what? He actually would. He might wear something from that.
Yeah, so it is, again, like, it's not necessarily actually costume jewelry. Most of it is clothing, but that's kind of the level of quality that you're looking at. It is gaudy rather than fine. But you can absolutely roll an investigation check to see if you find anything that is actually, pretty decent.
Good. Okay. Please don't do me dirty. Should I use Critspiration? Oh my god.
No, it's not your style, it's not your size. You wouldn't be caught dead wearing any of this.
You find boxers.
He shoves it to the side and says, "We should probably button this. It's useless." And then he's going to go sit next to Uther, and he's gonna take out his painting supplies, and he's gonna continue sketching that watercolor painting that he's doing of Larium, of him
Yes.
ripping the dog's head in half, like the King Kong from Peter Jackson's movie.
Okay, yeah, and yeah, you mentioned that last night. Yeah, so that's going to be that's going to take you most of the evening, as you can
Cool.
kind of do that alongside other light work and conversation and stuff like that.
And just to note, Lorium would take a look at the horde if it was pointed out to him, just to see
yes.
if any of the other weapons or anything were magical. If not, he'd probably strap them all to his back.
Okay, so well, this is a lot of weaponry that was found.
Yup.
I mean, like, how are you actually doing this? Because this would be the equivalent of like 2 or 3 large crates of equipment.
Well, detect magic penetrates most things.
Oh yeah, no, like you're able to look at it all kind of laid out fairly easily because you did pull it all out of the cache where you found it. So it
Yeah.
was all available to you, and none of the equipment, as far as you can see, is magical. It's just in terms of actually like strapping it all to your back. Even if you could technically like carry it all in your weight capacity, it would be fairly cumbersome.
Oh no, he would just take a maul.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool.
A maul and maybe a crossbow.
Okay, yeah, no worries. You are absolutely able to claim those from the pile, provided no one in the party stops you.
You can try. Let me add that to D&D Beyond.
Yeah, by all means.
Alright.
Do you think we should pile all this into one of these wagons here and maybe hitch the horses to it? I mean, the more we can take back and trade, the better, right?
That's what I was thinking.
That would be quite smart. Perhaps if we return some of the goods, we can earn some good favor from the townspeople. Also, those silks are quite lovely.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Are the crossbows all hand crossbows?
No, they are actually mostly actually heavy crossbows.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck
no,
yeah,
they
even
are-
better.
they're-
You
they're
take one of the
full.
I said like 5 bolts.
No, these are fairly like big stopping power weapons. Or oh, sorry, no, they are light crossbows, not heavy. But they are also, but they're not hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sitting next to Uther in the cart, I'm gonna say, "Well, Uther, how are you feeling tonight?"
I just take a drag from my cigarette as I've just been watching all of the architecture of how everyone plays out and how they seem to be dealing with the gold and items and just kind of relaxing as I just go, well, everyone survives, so I think I would consider it a good day.
Yes, and some fared a little better than others. You look quite rejuvenated.
I just smile. Yes, it's rather nice. Once you get your blood pumping, makes you feel a bit young again.
He gives you a coy smile and says, "Oh, is that all? And here I was about to ask you for your beauty regimen." And then he'll show you the sketch and say, "What do you think? Am I capturing his essence?"
I believe I can see your artistic interpretation.
He'll smile and continue to work on the
Lorium, are you able to access the compendium and pull the mole item from there?
The compendium? I did
Yeah.
it on D&D Beyond. I was just trying to get it to this.
Okay. You may need to resync your character to the sheet. Then let me know if that gives you any issues, and I can do it for you.
Ah, it's fine, thank you.
So sorry, didn't want to interrupt. Or is there any? Were you guys done with the roleplay?
Nope,
Oh,
I'm fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm definitely done throwing my little shade.
Okay. So back inside, Naira's invisible servant, unseen servant, as it were, has finished laying out the mess kit. They have retrieved some of the joints of meat that the bandits had been preparing, along with some of the bread they had laid out, combining that with some of the much finer victuals from Naira's unpack and from your horses. They've laid out kind of quite a nice spread that Kindle is encouraging Hamish to tuck into. Though still kind of sitting beside him, like just kind of holding him in his father's cloak, looking somewhat still shell-shocked herself at the rapid change in her fortunes over the last 48 hours. So, is there anything else you guys would like to do?
I'll step inside as well and sit with our little charity case people and just, do my painterly duties towards Larium, and I'll sit next to Nyx.
Okie doke.
I will probably need you to update that because it gave me an error and then deleted all my shit. But yeah,
Oh my.
I
Okay.
got stuck in a wall. Oh, never mind. There we go.
Here we
That'll be
go.
fast.
Lorium, D&D Beyond.
Where's Vasco? I actually start calling around for him. Vasco!
Oh, you didn't see what I did to him. I'm kidding.
He is actually Valco, is what you named him, not Vasco. And
It's Valco. Sorry.
And-
Valco!
he is actually still right where you left him in the cell where you found Kindle and Hamish.
Except in front of him is like a little plate with some meat on it.
No, in front of him there is a little plate. The meat is gone.
Is there an icon for him?
Yeah, you should be able to see
I don't see anything.
right
The
here.
door's locked, I think.
Oh, there!
Yeah.
Hi, Valco.
Oh, let me actually give you permissions for him too.
By the way, I don't have permission to update my token.
Oh. What do you need to update about it?
The little, I want to say brooch. The feather token.
Oh, okay. I thought that you had given that to Naira. But
I thought
No,
she
I gave it back
me.
to him.
okay, fair enough. Default. Okay, I just re-imported for you. Let me also do that for Lorium, because I don't think it finished last time. Start import, default, bam. Okay, so you both should be up to date now.
Grazie.
Da-da-dum. Can I just drag him in there? No, I can't. Okay, so give me a second to make Valco.
Kind of tempted to cut up some wolf meat and then wonder if he'll realize.
No!
This was your daddy.
This is not Toto. Naira will be very upset.
Regardless, he's going to take some wolf meat.
It reminds me of Mother.
Oh god.
And Naira has ownership permissions. Okay, so you can now move you should now be able to move Valko around.
And we just gotta use some magic to age him so we don't have to go through that process.
I bet he's not house trained.
Nope.
Any luck? Are you able to move him?
Let's see. No, I don't see. I don't.
Try now.
I'll figure it out. We
Okay.
don't need to focus on this.
Yeah, either way. So for now, we will simply assume Valko is kind of following you around relatively faithfully, somewhat unsure given all the scent of death on the wind, but prepared for now to follow the meat around. Or the giver of meat. Okay. So, at this point, twilight has started to turn into full evening. Though there are still some sections of roof, most of this small ruin is open to the sky, and in the darkness above you can start to see in the clear spring sky the stars appearing as the western horizon gradually fades from color, and the eastern horizon is now a solid black of night. Is there anything further that you guys wish to do?
Besides just... Lauren would just take a peek around the place to see if any other magical blips popped up, but also just inspecting the tower.
No, yeah, it lasts 10 minutes, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, so in that time you're easily able to do a sweep of pretty much the entire tower. You don't find any other blips of magic other than what was mentioned already. And then, of course, like each of your companions appears to have at least one or more magical items on them.
It's okay, they can keep their stuff. Not a rogue.
As for the tower itself, is there anything in particular that you are trying to learn about it, or are you just trying to see if it itself comes off as magical?
If anything, hanging was magical, but also just what kind of use did it have militarily before?
Okay.
Any?
Give me a... I mean, do you want to make a case for a particular skill, or do you want me to just pick one?
Yeah, I'd say I can intimidate it into it telling me what it was used for. No. No, all I really have is survival and religion that would even be close to making sense, but no.
I will say, just
doing.
go ahead and make a d20 roll and add your proficiency. You, as a martial character with your martial background, would have some experience of this kind of thing. So yeah, go ahead and give me a roll.
Sure. Don't worry, I'm just knocking out all the low rolls early on.
No, it's like there's any number of things it could have been used for. It was obviously at one point a fairly solid stone structure, but time and the elements have eroded much of its original use. You have trouble telling anything more than that.
Shit's thousands of years old and was used by Cobalt. And he'll just start setting up. Unless anybody else wants to take the other two beds. Dusty, used by dead people.
Yeah,
Naira's
Chris was gonna
probably
use
actually
the
gonna.
cat.
Yeah, Naira's gonna set up her own tent. Or she's gonna have her unseen servant do that.
Uther's definitely taking one of the dead guy's beds. Just
Same.
prestige it a little bit. It's fine. Make sure it's
Sure.
definitely propped up in the corner, though. I don't like things coming up from behind me.
Before Larium gets settled into bed, Nyx will actually ask if he can help him. Larium, could you help me move this cart here in front of this opening where the beds are?
Which one is that exactly?
Uh,
Oh, okay, this one. Yeah.
yeah, in front of this open hole where the beds are.
Yeah, sure, I can do that. Oh wow, it is movable.
Yeah, I was actually just trying to figure that out myself. Just trying if I had actually done that properly, and I had. So look at that. Yeah, and I mean, go ahead and roll a strength check just to see how easy it is for you. But I mean, you know,
Sure, it's fun.
you don't have any particular.
Of course, I roll high on strength stuff. It's like all the investigation shit rolled into single digits and low as fuck. Strength, nah.
Yeah,
Doubles.
I mean, you are a beast of a humanoid, and like are very easily able to just kind of pull up this thing, lift the traces of this thing, and roll it back. Even loaded up as it already is with some of the loot from the bandits' ill-gotten stash, you're very easily able to use it to kind of block off this hole in the wall.
Does that look good to you?
Oh yeah, that's perfect. And then he'll turn to the Kendall and Hamish and just say, "It's been a long couple days for y'all. Y'all should probably get a little bit of rest."
Right. Yeah. As you say. Thanks again for everything.
Don't thank us yet. We still got a ways to go. But we'll keep you safe.
Bless you all. And yeah, she takes her son down to this area, and like it starts laying him down and kind of getting him ready. Getting him ready. They're a little bit. Actually, yeah, Naira, what do you do with Valko? Is he kind of with you?
Yeah, I'm gonna set my bedroll up, or I'm gonna have my unseen servant set my bedroll up over in like this corner over here.
Okay.
And basically, I had approached Uther and like looking like I was about to say something to him, and then other people started sort of showing up and rolling in carts and everything, and I just sort of shook my head and walked away.
Well, you would have had time to do that. It would have
That's all
taken
right.
them a few
It's
minutes,
fine.
but okay. But yeah, Kindle and Hamish take Midnight's advice, and she starts to kind of like bed him down a little bit. As soon as she kind of actually gets him settled at all, he seems to pass out. As resilient as youth is, he's obviously had a very intense couple of days, and that once he kind of allows the knowledge of safety to settle over him and his mother's voice, he passes out, and she kind of stays with him for a little while, sort of stroking his hair as he sleeps.
Well, I'm sorry, ma'am. Would you like this bed here next to your boy?
No, yes, thank you kindly.
Of course, it's no problem.
And
he'll
Naira,
Uther.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, that's it.
Naira is going to basically sit with her back against the wall and pull out a book from her backpack.
No, I'm sad that I didn't see that.
Yeah, so she kind of Kindle shifts the bedroll over a little bit to be within a kind of arm's reach of her child, and starts to settle in herself. Again, obviously very emotionally exhausted and drained from the trial of the last couple of days. She's very quickly unconscious herself.
Nyx will turn to Calcifer and just say, "Well, you might as well go get your beauty sleep. I'll take the first watch."
Wouldn't you rather I keep you company instead?
That's up to you.
I still got some painting I need to get done.
While I guess Nyx will just kind of say, just for a matter of order, would anyone prefer to be woken up or dealer's choice?
I prefer either the first or the last.
Last it is. Any other takers?
If
Uther
you
frowns. I'll take the devil shift the second. Right when you feel nice and comfy, you get woken up.
Yup, sucks. From experience.
So, I guess never mind. I'll wait till everybody gets settled and sleeps.
Okay.
Before settling back over to Calcifer, Nyx will just pop his head around the corner in the general direction of his sister, and he'll just say, so lost in him, Rodenray.
her ears flat, and she deliberately sort of turns her body away.
And then, under his breath to himself, he'll just say, so lost in him, Rodenray. Oh, thank you. And just walk off. Back over to where Calcifer is. And he will, he's not gonna sit at the table, but he's gonna kind of pop a squat there in that middle hallway where he can kind of have an angle on most of the entrances.
Okay. There are a couple of like stools and chairs that you could I can drag one of those over for you if you would.
Nah, he's gonna be on the ground.
Okay.
Calcifer will turn to you and cross his leg, angling the canvas he's painting on his thigh and working on it as he looks at you. Candlelight behind him, creating this sort of like halo around his golden locks. And he's going to lean back on the table. And as he paints, he'll say, so tell me, you and your sister, adopted by a wealthy philanthropist. That must be quite the story. But I'm a little curious as what your life was like before the generous Liam Maddock.
That's a fair question. What do you know about little ragamuffins, orphans, street urchins? Do you know anything about that life?
Not really, unfortunately. What I know is what most people in my circles say. Little imps up to no good, mischievous, dirty little hands that grasp and grab at all they can. But then again, in the circles I run, people tend to talk a lot of nonsense.
That's a funny way of thinking about it. Little dirty hands just grabbing at whatever. When in reality, they just need bread to feed their sister.
He'll look at you and say, I can tell the two of you care for each other quite a lot.
Really? Am I being that obvious? Gosh, I gotta step up my game.
He smiles and says, the bond you share. What is the phrase people like to use? Thick as thieves?
That's a funny one. I feel like most people would say it's like herding cats. And I heard that, so I do know the connotation. But no. I mean, we lost our parents when we were both really young, and we just kind of had to do what we had to do. And in all honesty, if Lord Murdoch hadn't taken us in, I don't know where we'd be.
So you see it as a boon of some sort.
Well, I mean, look at her. She's had the finest education that anyone can have. That's priceless, right?
I suppose. But what about you? You
Oh,
seem to be bearing all that weight on your shoulder. Are you responsible for everything?
I mean, not everything. Like, as Naira would tell you, I'm probably not the best with money, and I mean, it's a laugh. It's all I've ever known.
I see. The two of you rely on one another, each one contributing via your strength, and the other shoring up whatever deficits the other has. Symbiotic. Beautiful.
You really look on the bright side of everything, don't you?
He doesn't look. His eyes don't move away from the painting as he draws, but he will turn his face towards you and smile, while his eyes, like, still look at the painting as he continues to sketch Larium.
Um, Nyx just says, look, I mean, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. We didn't have the best upbringing until fortune favored us, but we may do. We do the best we can, and I mean, look, here we are. She is going on a journey for her senior thesis for something that her brilliant mind just figured out. Like, I don't know. I can sneak into places. I can make stupid jokes.
Sneaking into places. Now that doesn't sound very chivalrous or knightly, does it?
Well, before I was a knight, I was a, how did you put it? Dirty little hand reaching for whatever he could grab.
Yes, a mischievous little imp. I did say that, didn't I? What of your relationship with Murdoch? From your tone, sometimes I can't help but see it as this tense and frayed, vulnerable thing.
Um, as he continues talking, he will reach into his backpack and pull out the whip. And while he's talking, he's gonna try to dislodge a piece of that black glass-like material, if he can.
Okay. I'm gonna say, yeah, like with a little bit of time and dedication, it's certainly something that you can do, especially with thieves' tools and things like that at your disposal. There's going to be a number of like pliers and levers and things like that you can use to, over time, work out. I mean, like given that you are going to be on watch for 2 or 3 hours, are you just trying to get one of the shards out or multiple?
Right now, just one.
Okay.
I just want to get a look at it and see if it looks like the one I've seen before.
Okay. Give me a investigation or perception. Looks pretty similar. I mean, yeah, like as far as you can tell, it looks fairly similar to the one that you have seen in the past, or the example that you were trying to kind of compare it to.
While he is doing that, he will say, I don't know how to describe it. I guess you could say it's like a teenager rebelling against their parent or whatnot. I mean, don't get me wrong, the man has given me more than I could ever ask for, but
You know, I did read once that if you water a plant too much, the roots, well, they rot from the inside.
right. Sometimes where a plant belongs is just out there in the middle of the woods with other plants. I mean, yeah, they may fight for sunlight, but that's life, right? That's just part of it. And
Nature finds a way to balance things. Why don't you try to just go out there and be with the other plants?
I don't know. Maybe I will someday. Maybe after all this, I'll retire my sword and shield and hang up my night boots, as it were. But until then, I will continue just keeping my sister safe and the lot of y'all. I guess I could include you under that umbrella. And at this point, he's popped it from beneath the leather straps, and he's just kind of twirling it in his hand.
At this point, Calcifer stands and sits by you, cleaning the floor with prestidigitation first, if allowed. Sits and says, "Well, I think you should give your sister more credit than she's due. After all, in the last fight, she was quite..." Pauses for a second, considering what to say, and says, "capable. And after all, why deny yourself the freedom you so seek, little kitten?"
Oh. When you say kitten, he like flinches away from you a little bit.
He'll
It's
give you this
Slight, very slight.
he'll give you this confused smile, and okay, for those of you that own birds, you know that when they see something that catches their eye, they'll tilt their head, and then their pupils, yeah, they dilate a little bit, and they just like point an eye on it. He does something similar, but obviously his eyes are not in front, like are not at the side, they're in front of his face. But he'll give you a tilt, and he'll look with a still that pasted on smile, and he says, "Did I do something wrong? I understood that people oftentimes, when they want to be affectionate, give each other nicknames." And he just leaves it at that in silence, still giving you the pasted on smile.
Would we say that we're probably nearing the end of our watch?
Yeah. Like at this point, I would say that's perfectly fine. It's probably been a couple of hours of you working on that, him finishing his painting and the like.
Okay. Then at that, the pretense drops. The fake emotions Nyx was putting on just goes flat. And
He will jerk his head at this too.
He'll just look at you and he'll say, affectionate nicknames usually come with some modicum of trust. And a smile like that is usually hiding something. So, when your words and your face are ready to start speaking the same language, then we'll talk. And he'll stand up.
As you say that to him, he gives you a genuine smile. You see it gets wider, and the corners just curl a little bit. Mischief, like glinting in his eyes as you say that, and says, "Well, what can I say? I'm a novella, one of mystery. And you're not wrong. I do have my secrets, but I do hope to share them with you. And I'm not being disingenuous when I say that I find you all to be brilliant gemstones. Truly. Fit for a crown. And he'll stand up and present what he's been working on. Do I roll for it now?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna use my fucking critspiration because I have no attacks that make attack rolls
Ray of frost.
whatsoever.
Okay. So with a 20, what is your performance check?
My performance is a 7, so it would be a 27. Let me just make sure. Yeah, performance is +7.
Okay. So yeah, you have put a great deal of work into this. It is actually for something that was produced in about 4 or 5 hours, it's very high quality. It's instantly recognizable. Is a fairly complex construction, and very well colored and shaded, given the circumstances under which it was produced.
So this is what it looks like. It's a picture of Valerian, right? And he has his mask on, and the glowing eye with purple flame. It is the only light source. So everything in the painting is tinged with that purple color. And he is surrounded in a sea of darkness that has swirls like blades of grass woven together, or the little swirls people paint in the wind or the water to like hint at it being like fluid and in motion. And it's all dark. And the swirls sometimes come out of the ground and take the shape of wolves with bright yellow eyes. And Larium has one that's growing out of the earth before him, like a sculpture molded out of this flowing, grassy liquid. And he's using his bare hands to tear it from jaw to jaw all the way towards the end. And this wolf is bathed in the purple light. That is it.
Sounds absolutely gorgeous, but Nyx didn't look at it. He walked away from you. And went to go wake up Uther, and Uther will just wake up to Nyx leaning over him and just like poking his chest. Get up, Uther. Get up, get up. And just like maybe every once in a while the paw goes to his face, but you just feel like pressure on your chest.
You notice at the first one, Uther's eyes snap open as he like does that, like going for the dagger, kind of like deep breath in. Where am I? As he good morning. My turn, I guess then. As he just spins his boots over and begins to get up. He seems like he's done this before.
And once Uther is successfully woken up, Nyx will walk back towards that hallway and then hang a left and go outside and climb into a tree.
Okay. Move your token to wherever you would like to be to spend the night. I assume on a side away from the dead bodies.
Yeah, I'd prop up shop right here. So if anybody comes in from any of the directions, I can tell.
Okay.
And just kind of do that, like lean on the wall and then just watch. Try and blend in with the stone.
Calcifer will go into the room where Naira is sleeping and unfold his sleeping mat and his blanket, his fancy blanket, and just go to bed with a face mask to block the light.
Okay.
But before he does that, he's going to stop by where Valerium is, and he's going to leave the painting by, like, propped against the wall by his bedroll.
Okay. So, the night continues to pass. Uther, can you give me a perception check, please?
But of course.
Okay, so you the little bit of light that comes from the torches and fires that the bandits had already lit as during their late afternoon gives you, with your elven eyes, it gives you a more than enough light to peer out into the darkness and make out the shapes of the trees and shrubbery that surround this small clearing, as well as the stonework of the tower itself. The night passes with relatively little incident. At one point, you do see the newly christened Valco kind of get up and wander off into the woods, and then a couple minutes later come wandering back, apparently having concluded whatever business it had in the trees there. It comes back in and sort of settles down again next to Naira, kind of sniffing around her pack for a minute before deciding that it is in fact still content and settling down. Other than that, the only activity you see is the normal kind of night birds and scurrying of creatures. This close to them, you do actually make out a number of scavengers arriving to start the process of, shall we say, disposing of some of the bodies that you had dragged to the tree line. Foxes, other smaller scavengers arriving to eat their fill before scurrying off into the woods. But other than that, your watch passes without incident.
Before it ends, I'm just going to do the slow squeegee of prestige while no one's around. And then I'm going to go into my purse, where it's well tied, and pull out the one from my pocket. And as I glance at it, it is now nice and shiny, isn't it?
There is indeed one of the coins from your pouch, one of the silver pieces that you brought, does appear now to be pristine condition. Any of the grime and the wear and tear that mars the others is absolutely faded from this. It appears almost newly minted, and on the front you do see the familiar scales of that indicate the completion and the justice of your home court, shining in great detail, whilst on the back is the familiar profile of your king.
As I'll just study it, I'll just grin. Newly minted. God, that sure is purty. And I'll then just close it, grabbing one of the other ones, and drop it into my magician's front pocket, and then slide away the coin purse into the other.
Oh, before we move on to the next watch, I just have to let my dog out, so 1 second. I can still hear you guys though, so what do you do as your watch draws to a close? Or is there anything else you wish to do as your watch draws to a close?
Nothing else, feeling nice and clean, minty even. I'll then make my way back in and step outside the tent. As Naira, you'll just hear like a light knocking, as though someone was like tapping on wood right outside the tent as I cast Prestige a little bit of noise.
Yes.
It is your turn, dearest Naira.
Thank you. Yes, yes, I'm awake. I got this. Now I'm supposed to look at the horizon, right? Wait, I'm inside.
You gotta find the best spot first. Cover all the angles. Then watch the horizons.
Right, best spot, and that. Right, I got this.
See, as he just walks over and points. Oh, not that one.
Over here, you think? Okay, I got this. It's fine.
Ah, you found it. Perfect. You got this down. Just smile.
Thank you, Valco.
Is that his name? Valco?
Valco, yes.
I'll just reach into my bag, and throw him one of my meat rations. All right, Valco, pay attention. You got some learning to do.
Yeah, these young jaws just kind of snatch it ravenously out of the air, and it kind of disappears in a moment of just like.
It's like when you watch the
Valco,
dog eat, you're like, how? That fast?
I am gonna have to teach you some manners, Valco.
And he's kind of just looking sort of. He's no longer as cautious around you guys, having been, having gone through a couple of rounds of at least kind of calming, if not training, so far. But it is just kind of looking at the two of you and like, is there more of that coming?
And I will probably attempt to teach it some little tricks, like to sit and stay on command.
Okay. Uther, are you just going to bed at this point?
Yeah.
Dream attention, obviously.
Okay.
Seeing that, like, starting work with tricks where you're like, sit. Uther would pause and go, I've worked with dogs before. If you don't mind, I can work with them on some off time as well.
Oh, yes, that would be great. Please, and if you could teach me anything, I'm always eager to learn.
Yes.
And then her sort of
you are.
whiskers twitch a little bit.
But first, you got to watch the horizon. Less learning, more making sure we don't get murdered in our sleep. As I give you, then just a wink and make my way off to bed.
She looks horrified at that idea, like she suddenly realizes there's a lot of responsibility going on, and she's like very seriously now taking it.
Okay, so go ahead and roll me a perception check without disadvantage, which you would have gotten if you had been continuing to train Val.
How loudly were you training Valco?
Not loudly. I would have understood that people were asleep.
So you are still a little bit distracted, even when not training him. He is by no means a tame or particularly well-behaved little beast.
I assume he's playing with my tail.
And yeah, like he's constantly just kind of like nosing at you, pawing at you, trying to kind of go wander off and sniff at the provisions, the remains of the meal and stuff, and you're having to constantly kind of chase after him and corral him and bring him back. And he's generally more or less happy to be led around by you. But yeah, he does certainly distract you from your task. But despite that, your watch seems to pass without too many incidents other than those caused by your new precocious little companion. And after a couple of hours, the light of dawn starts to suffuse the eastern horizon, rising over the kind of hills and forested areas that you can see off in that direction. To the north of you, before really the light reaches you, you can see it starting to glint off the snow-capped peaks of the Dorvashi Mountains, heralding the coming dawn. And gradually, as that horizon of light sweeps down the slopes, eventually you see the sun itself start to rise, and it is dawn.
Then I assume it's the end of my watch here. I wish I could grab both of those two at the same time. I made it work. Yay.
Huzzah.
So I will come in here, tiptoe in, and sort of very nervously try to wake up Lorium. Sort of, Mr. Lorium, sir? And she jumps back. Are you awake?
I am now. What time is it? Oh shit! Right.
All right. Well, I'm just gonna go have a bit more rest. Sorry to wake you.
Oh, you're doing your job. You go get your sleep. As he'll get up and collect his bag and start strapping his shield to his arm. Buckle his sword back to his waist.
Oh.
He'll leave them on, but
I thought you guys were actually doing a 3-watch section through the night.
okay.
So given that it is a 4th, I'll just switch it back to darkness on the map because it is still technically like it would still be pre-dawn. At this point, you guys went to bed, like relatively early. So a little bit after dawn would be the end of the 8 hours. So, you would still just be able to start seeing dawn hitting the kind of the snow-capped peaks to the north of you. But yeah, you've got a good hour or so before it actually starts to get full dawn for you guys. And then, probably another hour after that before it is full daylight, and you guys will have completed your long rest. You may take up your position, sir, and then if you can also go ahead and roll me a perception.
Sure. As he would be passing by Naira and the puppy, whose name he still does not know, he would reach behind him into a side pouch and just pull out a little tin can and unfurl it, and it's basically like jerky, and he would just toss it over to the pup.
It's kind of...
Nara will say, Valco is very grateful.
He'll just chuckle and walk on up.
And that, as with everything else that you have fed to the young creature, is just kind of snatched as soon as it lands near him and ravenously devoured. You get the impression that, whilst not starved, he also wasn't particularly well fed by his former keepers.
Mm-hmm.
And the disadvantages of one eye
the one eye wonder
show as you kind of take up your station and begin your patrol. However, though you do not notice any of the kind of normal night activity that predates the dawn, eventually the sun does continue to come down the slopes towards you, spilling down the mountains before it peaks over the horizon itself. And dawn does indeed break without further incident. The sounds of the dawn birds, it's actually a fairly pleasant day, all told. There's a couple of small clouds in the sky and things like that, but it is a perfectly pleasant spring morning that breaks once more over the smuggler's haunt.
As the birds start chirping and dawn comes and Nick stirs to awakeness, I guess, I would even think, with as not perceptive as Lorium is, he'll start hearing the sound of branches being moved and bent coming from the tree that Nyx is in, and should anybody look up into that tree, they will see Nyx jumping from branch to branch, almost like a gymnast doing uneven bars and then landing on a branch and almost doing like a balance beam and then kind of coming off again and just kind of going through a morning exercise.
What is your acrobatics or athletics? What is your modifier for that? Don't make a roll, just to kind of give an idea of how impressive it is.
My acrobatics is +5 and my athletics is +4.
Okay.
I have an advantage, but I feel like that's only when I'm pouncing.
Yes. Well, actually, no. That might, if that's from if.
No, that is true. If it's
Okay.
based on the, yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, I mean, it is. And Lorium, if you do spy this, it is actually a fairly impressive performance that you've seen. I mean, it is like perhaps not Cirque du Soleil, but certainly one of the more impressive feats that you've seen, especially given the context of it being bouncing from branch to branch in this tree.
Yeah, he probably just see Lorium once he wakes up. There's Lorium literally just pacing around the tower the entire time, and noticing you at the ass crack of dawn, he'd walk over and just look at you. And then find the skinniest part or the weakest looking part of the tree and just shake it.
This particular tree that he has chosen for himself is like it's a fair like you'd have to climb up to find flimsiness. The trunk itself is a fairly sturdy old individual.
At this point, Nyx is jumping to a lower branch about 10 feet off the ground, and he will purposely miss it. And then I will use my 9 lives feature to land on my feet and take 0 damage from a 10-foot fall.
Is that actually a thing on that variant?
Yep.
He would just grin. It's like, that was a fancy display of footwork. You want to wake your sister up, or should I?
And he gets a smile. I'll do it. And he'll scamper off towards where Naira was.
That's what I thought. Sibling bullshittery. As he would just walk behind you.
But as Nyx gets inside, he knows better than to do that. So he will just check to see if she's already awake.
You know, no, probably not. I know I'm gonna cast Unseen Servant as soon as I wake up, but she likes to sleep.
Nyx will just stick his head in and quietly hum that lullaby that he did when she was a little kit, and just kind of in a small whisper, he'll just say, Dinam Hasha.
Dinam Hasha. Oh. As she sort of comes to consciousness and remembers that she's annoyed with you, her ears sort of flatten, and then she's just like, hello.
Lauren would be standing over next, just watching, and probably a small grin on his face. And then you see him start to puff up his chest, which you believe is going to be the shout from before. And then he turns around and looks at the sleeping woman and her son, and is like, and he'll just go to wake everybody up manually. Including Uther, who I assume is here.
Seeing that she's mad at me, Nyx will just leave her be.
And she...
Go on.
Go ahead.
No.
She just starts sitting cross-legged and starts to ritual cast that Unseen Servant.
Okay. So yeah, Kindle and Hamish both kind of wake up, and she starts kind of fussing over him, helping him to wake up and look as presentable as she can. Fetching a little water from some of the butts and basins that they had around the place. And after several minutes, your Unseen Servant kind of apparates, and you sense the energy forming ahead of you, and are able to give it the instructions to start again, breaking down your tent, setting up your mess kit for breakfast, and generally helping you start your day.
When she opens the flap to her tent, just sitting outside of the tent flap is the whip.
She smiles at that and picks it up, and now she's got herself a new little project. Did you say it was magical, out of curiosity?
Yes.
I did.
Well, when he used detect magic on it, he detected a very kind of a very faint enchantment aura.
Is it still magical?
Huh?
Is it still magical?
I'm about to find out. So yeah, she will excitedly sort of any annoyance that was on her face. She's completely forgotten it. She'll pick up the whip and probably take it over here to. I hate walls. To the table over here, and she will, while the unseen servant is doing her chores, she will start ritually casting detect magic.
Okay. So yeah, you are able to spend a few minutes focusing and chanting, and the spell conjures. And yes, you do once again still see a fate transmutation aura around the whip itself. Give me a Arcana check, please.
No,
It's,
I
yeah,
am groggy this morning. I
faint
will try again
transmutation
later.
aura. And actually, well, if Nick's AFK, I will refresh my drink, and everybody else can take a couple of minutes for a bio break, and we will resume in a couple of minutes. If that's okay with everyone. Or sorry, Naira, were you about to do something? No. Okay. Cool. So yeah, I will refresh my drink. Be right back, and we will begin new day.
Same.
Alright.
Hey, oh my goodness. Oh goodness, look at the belly. Hi, belly girls. Inside. Okay, I'm back. And I have a dog using my foot as a pillow.
Oh.
I'm just gonna say, I'm really interested in this. Unless you guys need me, I'm just gonna keep studying this.
No, you
How-
do that.
How long will it take for people to get sort of packed up and ready to go? Would it be about the time of a short rest?
Yeah, I'd say it'd probably take you about an hour to finish. And also it depends on exactly what you guys want to do. Like in terms of just kind of getting your own stuff together, and like getting your horses ready to travel, that'd probably only take you, if you were pushing, maybe 10 to 20 minutes. But there's obviously a lot of other stuff here. So there are some decisions that you guys need to make vis-a-vis carts, equipment,
Breakfast.
breakfast.
Yeah, I was about to say, after Lorian woke people up, first he'd probably walk back and notice, while picking up the maul and strapping it to his back, they'd see the painting on the wall that he missed when he woke up. Then, if Uther is there, because I don't know if he moved back, you would see an actual, genuine, first-time hint of surprise on his face as he's just studying, like, oh shit, look at that, I got all my good features. Rolled up.
Do you say that out loud?
I mean, yeah, he'd be mumbling it.
Christopher will say, I'm so pleased to hear that.
He'll just look at it, like the rolled parchment in his hand, look back at you, is like, well, you do this.
Well, of course. It's how I express myself. It's a form of saying thank you, of course,
It's pretty
for
good.
saving me last night.
Oh yeah, that did happen. He'd put it in the big pocket of his pack. Well, wonder how much it would fetch in the market. And he'll fucking he'll give you a sly smile. He'll wink, but of course, one eye don't know if it's a wink or not. And he'll
Yeah.
just go start looking through the wherever you said the wine was, or just the alcohol.
Yeah, so about half of it had already been loaded onto this cart that you pushed into place here.
Yeah.
And then there's a lot more of it still kind of in this cache that's remaining over here.
Yeah, he would just find a bottle and start sipping on it while he would attempt to collect any meats and vegetables and spices around the tower, and then start cooking breakfast.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the bandits did have, it was by no means a complete kitchen, but they did have a basic kind of setup with foodstuffs and the like here in this bottoms area. There's certainly more than enough supplies left for you to begin that process.
And as you begin cooking, the unseen servant will start like chopping things for you and stuff like that.
That's fucking creepy.
Calcifer will sit next to Naira and he will use shape water to sort of like clean his mouth. I don't know, do medieval people brush their teeth? I'm gonna
Yeah.
say he does.
Yeah.
Yes, actually.
Oh, okay, thanks. Okay.
We
He's gonna
do.
start doing all of that, and then when he comes back, he's gonna start brushing his hair next to Naira and say, "How does the study go?"
Huh? Oh, mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry. It seems I'm distracting you.
No. That's really interesting. She seems to be automatically responding, as if she was trying to carry on a conversation that she's not paying any attention to.
Calcifer will begin to like hum, kind of mumble the lyrics to a song just to keep you doing the same thing, while he continues to draw the woman and the boy whose name he doesn't bother remembering, but he will draw them.
Okay. So yeah, after a few minutes, breakfast is prepared, laid out. Breads, cheeses, there were a few kind of eggs and the like that were all able to be put together into the makings of a pretty decent meal. Do you want to roll? You will have advantage from the unseen servant assisting you.
Sure, survival.
Survival, yeah. Go ahead and roll me a survival check with advantage.
Okay. Lots of protein, lots of carbs, potatoes. 14.
Yeah, it's a pretty passable meal actually. It's
Passable.
Yeah. Like they had a nice big skillet there, so it's a full English fry up essentially. You guys don't have any. You guys don't have any kind of apprehensions about saving for any of these supplies for the next day, so you're able to give out generous portions. And as you are kind of laying it all out and you guys are eating, Kindle and her son Hamish have gathered around the table with the rest of you. And she kind of, as you're all eating, she just kind of goes, I really can't thank you enough again for saving us yesterday. You guys said that you were all heading into Aldwell, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's very interesting. She picked up the whip and walked away.
Calcifer will look at the woman and say, "Yes, it would seem that that's where we're headed."
Would you do us the kindness of helping us to hitch up our old cart and get our supplies home?
Calcifer looks at Larium and he says,
That's not a problem at all, man.
"It's no problem at all."
Thank you. Thank
And
you so
smile.
much.
He's buttering up a cut in half baked potato, and he's filling it with meats and cheese, and he just passes it over to the boy.
Excuse me. Sorry. Yeah. He accepts it and he's like, thank you, sir. And he is like, he's not staring at you like he's never seen anybody like you before, but you are certainly the most you he's ever seen anybody like you before. So he's like, he is looking at you a little kind of like wide-eyed as he accepts the role and kind of starts to, much like the young wolf, just kind of ravenously tear into this breakfast that you've prepared for him.
Be careful, don't choke. And he'll start to slide over the bottle to him, but then look at the mom and be like,
She actually, like, she sees you doing it, she's just like giving you that mom glare.
Sorry, ma'am. Would you like something too?
Just water, thank you.
Cal will use shape water to create 2 mugs out of ice and fill them with water.
Oh.
If there's like a
Yeah, they've
Water
got like there is a creek not too far away, and you imagine that as the source for the water that is in like one of the barrels that had been kept relatively full by the bandits as a source for their own drinking and cooking and the like, and you're easily able to draw water from there for the spell.
Shape water, a sorcerer's Brita.
pretty much. And he says, "Oh, please take a seat and drink. You're welcome at this table."
And again, they both are just like, well, thank you very much, sir. We've got to say, not even Zavar has ever done anything like this. It's impressive.
Thank you. Your resilience is very much impressive too. And I'm going to flip the sketch that I'm doing, and it's essentially her embracing her child from behind, and she's looking up, and she's in this dark cell with a light source above shining down on them, and her hair is a lot longer in the sketch, and it's wrapping protectively around them, and wherever the light does not hit, the tiling on the floor, because that's the background of the picture since it's from an upwards perspective, shifts into this non-Euclidean, like, geometric weirdness.
Okay.
Abstract.
This is quite a complex piece, so go ahead and roll me another performance check as you're putting this together throughout the morning.
It's just a little sketch. Not a full painting.
Well, I mean, you are describing something pretty intricate there.
Something I would have drawn in art class. That's pretty intricate.
I mean, yeah, it's, like, you are able to get the hints of what you are suggesting there into it, given that it's a fairly quick piece. But yeah, you are putting it together.
Line work.
And she's just like, oh, well, that's remarkable. Thank you, sir. Well, thank you very much. You've all been so very kind.
Oh, pardon me, I didn't catch your name before.
I'm Kendall. This is my boy Hamish.
Kendall and Amish.
Hamish.
Amish. Amish?
Hamish. Hamish. You should actually be able to hover over him and see it.
Okay.
I thought he was
So he says, you and your husband had shop?
Oh, well, the shop's my father's. I worked for him, and well, when Wendell and I got together, he came to help out at the shop too. He had a way with the merchants, he did.
I see.
And she kind of stops and
Just as a note.
Yeah.
It doesn't do that for anybody, though.
Yeah, it doesn't. Oh, Hamish, yes, there we go.
Okay, well,
Not for
I
her,
will
though.
fix that, but it's cool.
Yeah. What does he sell in his little store?
Oh, well, just... I mean, just, whatever people need. Tools, sundries, I mean, like flour, foodstuffs, nothing too special, I guess. Some, like, kits and the like. We do, we've got a lot of merchants that like passing through, and they always need bits and bobs. Plus, well, there's the girls and the farmers and the like.
It's very special, actually, because that's a respectable craft. You supply people with what they need.
Oh, well,
As he continues munching into his plate.
thank you very much for saying so.
Calcifer will, in between this, will go to the kitchen and serve himself something and bring it back to the
Yeah.
table, and he'll say, "Well, of course, what belongings belong to you and stolen, you're free to take back. But these adventurous types, you know how they are. I'm supposed they would like to loot some things from these thieves. I don't suppose your father would be willing to let us trade them in at his store."
Oh, well, I don't. I mean, anything that you took off these lads, I suppose. I mean, if he had a use for it, he'd buy it off you. He does. There's a lot of other merchants at Oldwell too. People stay there. There's a little market. It's almost always going on. I'm sure you could find somebody there willing to take, well, pretty much anything off your hands, really.
And Aldwell, is it a small town, a large settlement? Can you
no,
paint me a picture?
It's a small place, really. I mean, there's, apart from the girls at the tavern, there's maybe 100 of us or so, and then, well, with the farms around, there's maybe another 7 or 8 families in the farmsteads nearby.
Interesting. He'll refreshen the coldness. He'll make sure that their cups don't melt
Okay.
with shape water.
Yeah, so you're able to progress through breakfast. She seems very eager to engage in any kind of conversation that doesn't relate to the somewhat harrowing ordeal that she has just been through. Is there anything anyone else would like to do as you kind of progress through your morning?
Outside, Nyx has climbed up onto the wagon and kind of up a bit onto the wall where he knows that people of a like mind will glance to. He'll write 2 symbols in Thieves' Cant. The first is Safe Haven, and the second is Cleared Out.
Okay. Yeah, you're able to scratch these into the stone fairly easily using one of your probes. So you don't have to worry about damaging one of your blades or anything like that. But yeah, you're able to add those to the stonework fairly easily. Does anyone else want to do anything in particular, or before we move on to the subject of leaving this area?
I'm still playing with the whip, sort of waving it about, trying to sort of get used.
Okay.
I personally want to know if the puppy has any reaction to the whip.
Me too.
Yeah.
Actually, yes. When you first start to kind of wield the whip, it actually at first seems quite frightened of it. If you kind of unroll it from your hand, it actually Valko will actually kind of cower back from you.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Give me a handle animal check, but with advantage.
Not gonna be great.
With advantage.
15.
Okay, yeah, you are able to calm him, and you actually get the impression that Valko is very familiar with this whip, and he actually seems to have deference to you that he did not previously have. Like previously, he was kind of looking at you as a source of food and kind of was sort of hesitantly starting to view you as some sort of authority. When you have this whip in your hand, he seems to almost unquestioningly accept your authority, and so you, like, as you like, it's kind of difficult to actually calm him and get him to react to you in what you would consider a natural way, but you are quite easily actually able to sort of control him and have him stop, cowering away from you and just sort of sit in front of you awaiting command, essentially. I've got to let the dogs out because they are climbing all over me. Sorry, guys. 1 second.
It's real.
Brothers. Like, that's cool, but also, oh.
Yeah. You get tame everything with that whip. We go find a wormling now.
Well, I'm waiting to see if I actually attune to it. It says because I think if I play with it for a little while.
Well, give me another Arcana check, and now that you have been kind of basically attempting to attune to it for a decent amount of time, do so with advantage.
Okay. 1 sec.
Isn't it like if you attune to a magical item, you get the information? Oh shit, good shit. You get the information, but not like any secret stuff that you'd have to identify for.
So, from your time spent with this whip and the time that you spent examining it with your detect magic, you actually kind of come to realize that it doesn't precisely have an enchantment bound into it. This isn't a magical item in the sense of something that was created by a magic user and enchanted for a specific purpose. This is kind of the magical equivalent of sort of like an IED. The shards of metal themselves are what carry the faint aura of magic in them, and the way that they have been kind of embedded into this whip seems actually incredibly amateurish to you, having examined magical artifacts and been trained and studied them in your time at the Bardic College. This isn't so much like a magical item as just something that has had magic kind of shoved into it. It does appear to offer some kind of affinity for at least certain animals, but you don't get the impression that this is a universally useful effect.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Go on, I'll figure out a reaction to that in a second.
Party without identify.
At this point, Calcifer will say, Uther, Nix, I do hope you had pleasant nights. A pleasant night.
You say this to Uther as you see him wrangling the horses and setting them up, theirs onto their wagon. As I glance towards, slept like a baby. Are we taking a wagon, or we just gonna keep our walking and riding?
I think it'll behoove us to take a wagon. No need to tire the soles of our feet if we can avoid it.
I would nod and then grab my horse as well as perhaps someone else's to stick on the double cart here.
I'll bring
begin rolling out.
Cal will bring his horse, and he'll use shape water to create like a little sphere of water for it to drink from, and he'll braid her hair as he situates her into the position for the wagon to be pulled.
Okay, so yeah, Kindle and Hamish kind of come out while you guys are starting to hitch up the wagons and everything like that, and she is able to point out several of the crates and barrels as belonging specifically to the gear that was stolen from her. And she actually points to the smaller wagon that you guys had already moved as being the wagon that she was traveling in with her husband when they were attacked, and is able to point out to actually mostly the crates and barrels that had been left behind. They tend to be the stuff that look to be less valuable. It's much more of the kind of mundane goods, much like what she said. It seems mostly to be just kind of the sundries of everyday country living. Rope, bolts of cloth, flour, those kinds of basic foodstuffs, and essentially like processed goods that wouldn't necessarily be very easy to find outside of major settlements.
Anything she would point out, like Lorian would be helping load it on.
Okay. Sorry, hope I didn't cough in anyone's ear there. So yeah, over the course of the next hour or so, you're able to very easily help her load that stuff onto the smaller wagon, which was hers, as well as hitch up the horses that she identified with, and load the rest of the material and everything else onto the larger of the two carts. Are you taking them both, or are you going to try and fit it all onto one?
Well, she's got her cart with all her stuff, and then, whatever looks to be the most valuable. There's no reason to overburden ourselves with stuff of unimport. But yeah, just fill up our wagon.
Anybody want the weapons?
The larger wagon could probably hold probably the majority of what you found. So take a look at the loot list and tell me if there is anything that you wouldn't bother bringing. And I can repost that if you want.
Some of that
Come on,
alcohol
Malcolm.
definitely coming with.
Just gotta do some scrolling.
Holy
it's in
shit! Yeah,
campaign journal.
we type a lot.
Goddamn meme lords.
Healing potions, duh.
Yeah, I think the dagger, the whip. Nobody here uses scimitars.
Question.
Crossbows, not for me. I'm a caster. Bolts, again, caster.
I already took a crossbow and some of the bolts.
The bolts, are they universally sized, or are these?
They would fit your hand crossbow.
Then I would want some of those. But right now, she's very excitedly. When you guys are done, she's gonna just run straight up to Nick. So you guys do you.
The barrels of beer? Question mark. Potentially could be sold.
Yup.
The
All of
bourbon
it
for
could be sold,
sure.
Yeah.
And
The
train.
silks, yes. A wooden chest of dry herbs and roots. Why not? The potions, yes. A brass brooch. Oh, I have that. And 708 gold.
Now we leave that.
No. I don't know who the hell we would sell 15 daggers to or swords to.
So my plan,
I mean-
just to make it the simplest, is you kind of roll up, and you're like, all of this, give me like rock bottom deal, because he doesn't want really 15, but if he's like, okay, I'll give you 2 silver apiece, it's like deal. Like,
Is there a smith at all, Kyle?
Do you ask this to Kindle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She goes, oh, I mean, yeah. Halloran and his family, they work with metal. He's mostly a farrier, but he's got a forge.
We'll just sell it at steel ore cost. I'm sure he'll be more than happy with that.
I mean, yeah, he does a lot of business with the merchants. He's always looking for new metal.
Elsifer
There's
looks at you,
always-
Uther, and says, "So what you're saying is we have to take everything." And he gets down and starts picking up one item at a time. 'Cause he's not gonna pick more than two. Yeah, brings it to the cart, drops it.
If he saw that, Lauren would just pick up the biggest piece of like thick leather he could find, and then just wrap it over like everything he could, or wrap it inside of it, and just haul it up.
Yeah, you see as Uther just moves along doing the same thing. Not too much. He's not showing off, but he just has that like, here we go. You know what I mean?
1 second, guys. I've got to quickly change a couple of things in here.
Oh, it's fine. I've closed the door.
Wait, how's the new puppy doing?
Oh, he's doing great. They love each other so much. And I do mean they love each other. I can't tell you how many times I've walked in on them licking each other.
Got together from the first day.
Yeah.
So we're
Okay.
taking everything. We're not leaving anything.
That would make sense.
Everything we could fit, and we have 2 carts. If we
This
needed
is-
to, we could put a couple of extra things on their cart and then just haul it off before they leave.
And he's
Yeah,
just
I
giving me
mean-
flashback to my Skyrim character.
Oh yeah.
Overburden. Start
Fucking-
dropping daggers. Dun.
No, yeah, there's definitely enough room on both carts to like pile everything on. It gets a little bit precarious with everything, and you will have to travel fairly carefully to make sure that you don't kind of jostle anything off. But yeah, you could certainly do it over the course of an hour or so after you conclude your breakfast.
I assume we could fit like 2 horses to a cart.
Yes. You did find, in addition to the mounts that you guys brought yourself, you did find 5 additional mounts tethered a little ways away from the tower. 2 of those Kindle does identify as belonging to her, and she leads them over and starts harnessing them up to her own cart. But the other 3, she apparently was unaware of. So you can easily harness 2 of them and have another spare if you wish to bring it with you.
Backups. He would just make sure to put Sunshine on the heaviest cart
Okay.
with another horse.
Okay, and then yeah, you've got 2 other horses just kind of around. Are you gonna kind of just set them loose, or sort of tie them to the back of the cart or anything?
So you see as Uther makes his way over, I just want to see if like anyone appears to be better. I'm just kind of giving them a check to see, if one of
Okay.
them's newer model car with lower miles.
Frost.
Sure, roll me a nature check or medicine.
Let's see. It's the same, so I'm feeling naturey.
Those are horses. They
Yeah.
all appear pretty much horsey.
Sorry, you got.
Well, I'm
my-
gonna stick with the one I have because I know its name already, so we'll go with that.
Okay.
I think Naira said she runs up to me.
I did, yes. I'm going, Nix, this is fascinating.
What you got there, Dreamer?
And then I'm just like chattering away as I do, and I'm just like, I think it's some kind of control mechanism. It's very rudimentary. It's very strange, really, though. Most of the time these have sort of broad application, I suppose, but this one seems very specific. And if I'm understanding what what's happening, I think this thing can specifically control like maybe wolves or dire wolves or just these wolves. I'm not sure, but
The,
it's really weird. Have you ever seen anything like this? She asks, but in that kind of way where she is not expecting an answer, the kind of rhetorical question. She's like, I don't think he likes it though, I don't think Valco likes it, so I'm not sure if I would use it, but it seems like a really interesting thing, don't you think? Thank you so much for letting me look at this.
Oh yeah, of course. I'll have to make sure that I'm careful with it, and he'll hold his hands out expectingly.
Oh, right. Of course. And she sort of very slowly, but does hand it back to you. I may need to borrow it in future if that's okay.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Just let me know. I know that I didn't come to you right away. Not that I didn't doubt your skills. I
I
just.
don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. So,
And she starts to walk away.
cool. So you can get this whip anytime.
good
soon.
talk.
Good talk. I count there's been 4 natural 20s, and they've all been the cats.
I mean, if we get 9, it's fate.
She will, by the way, look at you over her shoulder, and she will go, Rodan Ray.
And he will, he'll kind of, mock what she did to him earlier. Oh, Rodan, oh. And then, go up and get up on horse. And
Okay.
then turn to her and say, Rodan Ray.
Before we leave, Lauren will just go pick up any of the scraps of the meal that nobody's eaten, and then just walk out. Pocket jerky? Anyone want pocket jerky? I don't know. Food for the road. If not,
I'm
it's
sure
going to the pocket.
Valco.
Nix will raise his hand.
Uther
Yeah.
does as well, actually.
Yeah,
You're like,
potatoes
pocket
and
turkey's
meat.
nice.
You don't have any pocket jerky. You have potatoes and meat and fucking butter and cheese.
Pocket
So,
meal.
Naira walks up to you, by the way, and sort of curls her finger like she's trying to get you to come down so she can whisper something in your ear.
How tall is Naira?
I'm talking to Nix,
Oh, I was about to say.
but I'm only like 5'5". I'd come up to your like kneecap.
Nix will not have gotten on his horse yet, and he will go over to her.
And when you do, she will raise up on her tiptoes and give you a kiss on the cheek.
Oh, Dreamer, not in front of the guys. And then he'll get up on the horse.
Okay, so you guys all, kind of mount up on your various positions of choice. Who's riding in the second cart?
I've got on my horse. I got on Nutmeg.
Okay.
Visible wall.
I think it's where the wagon was.
Oh yeah.
Ah.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to mess with that.
No, it's okay.
My horse is saddled here, so I'm gonna ride here.
Yeah, he's hopping on Sunshine. He'd probably be leading another horse along just in case one of them gets tired.
Okay. No worries.
Nix and horse will be at the front of the pack.
Okay, so you guys all mount up to your various, at your various positions of choice. Kindle and Hamish are in their own cart, and she's obviously a very experienced kind of hand at managing these horses and this cart. She's very easily able to kind of turn it around and coax it onto the trail. As the two of you start to make your now enlarged group starts to make its way out into the countryside. So where exactly are you guys trying to go? Are you going to go kind of down to the road and then over to Aldwell, or sorry, Naira?
I gotta look up how those cartographer's tools work it one more time. I might be able to speed our journey a little bit.
Oh, yes, please do look that up. Actually,
I will just ask, because of nature and survival and all that, it would probably be faster to get to the road as soon as possible, and then the road would be faster for us.
definitely, yes.
So yes, it looks like I need to roll a d20 plus my proficiency bonus.
Go ahead and make the roll then.
And how many people are we traveling with?
There's you
7?
5, yeah, so 7 total.
7, so that would be 14 is the DC.
Wow, we see how you feel about horses and direwolf pups.
It says people specifically, half the number of people you're traveling with.
Gosh, horse, close your ears.
I hope the puppy doesn't try nipping at horses' heels like they usually do.
15, I think.
Be
My
Yeah, that'll just about do it. You're able to fairly easily, using the map that you had drawn with Conlan's assistance, you're able to retrace.
Oh no,
your-
it's 14, but that's still.
Yeah, that's still just enough. You're able to kind of guide you, help to kind of point out the landmarks that you had spotted on your way in. And who is actually leading this little group in terms of picking out the direction of travel and ensuring that you stay on course?
Nyx will take that, and he will, as she points stuff out that he's already noticed, he'll be like, "Oh, you're right," and just like gas her up a little.
Well, go ahead and actually roll your survival with advantage, given that she is providing assistance with her map and her cartography abilities. Yeah, no problem at all. You are very, very easily able to regain the dried creek bed that you were following for a period of time, and guide them along a path that is appropriate for the carts that you are now kind of moving with. And despite the somewhat broken nature of the country that you're traveling through, you make fairly quick progress at traveling almost directly back the way you had come at first, toward the road on pretty much the most direct route. Before you arrive at the road at, I'd say, around about noon-ish, given that you're traveling quite quickly. And then Kindle informs you as you're traveling that from here, she'd guess it's probably only around about maybe 3 or 4 hours now that you're on a good road into Aldwell itself, as long as you make good progress.
Naira will get out her book then.
Okay. So you continue on the road, traveling along. Again, it's a fairly nice day. This, despite the somewhat violent nature of the last 24 hours, or the last couple of days, in fact, that you have experienced, it's a fairly pleasant journey. To the north of you, the shape of the Dorvashi Mountains are glinting in the sunlight, the snow-capped peaks providing a very picturesque backdrop with the kind of hills rising up into them, studded with forest and the shadows of the sun as it rises overhead. Oh, and the dogs want back in, so sorry, 1 second. You guys have no sense of dramatic timing.
Well, actually, I will use this moment of interruption. As we're moseying along this path, I would just like to pay special attention to Horse and just see if there's anything as we go by, whether it's like a plant or another animal or like butterflies or anything that's flying by or like a breeze. Is there anything that like she especially reacts to?
Okay. What exactly are you looking for?
Like most tabaxi, uh, Nyx believes that you do not get named, you choose your name. And he is looking for Horse's name.
Roll me a D100 then, sir.
Also,
One
very
second
quickly,
while I figure out how to do that.
can we say Valco's riding in the saddlebag, by the way?
Yes, yes, you can, because that's adorable.
You get a purse pop.
He's just kind of
I do.
yeah, Valco actually seems very content. Like, and once you kind of put him in there and feed him a bit of meat, he's just like, oh, sweet. Yeah, no, I could get used to this. And
That
it's
is-
just kind of... That is...
I'm probably occasionally like show or like leaning down and be like, "This is my favorite part."
That is the
my
same exact D100 roll as the last one we did.
Really?
Yeah, we rolled a D100 in one of the campaigns, and it was a 53 exactly.
That's our number, I guess.
I don't know.
But no, in this case, Heather doesn't actually appear to, or your horse. Sorry, wow, I was thinking
Heather.
of the curse of my horse in Curse of Strahd. Your horse doesn't actually appear to respond to anything in particular. It's just it's mostly just moseying along, occasionally kind of stopping to like nibble at a piece of undergrowth or shrub or something like that, but nothing in particular. Cat seems to strike it.
As it like goes towards shrubs, he'll just like lean down and be like, "Shrubbery," and like see if she responds to that. No.
No.
Wind.
Doesn't appear to be the day for it. But okay.
We'll see how many more days that horse lives.
So, you continue on throughout the early afternoon. You would arrive back on the road a little before noon and made good time along the road. And finally, probably around about, you'd estimate, maybe 3 p.m. in the afternoon, you come over a final crest and find yourselves looking down on a small settlement.
Except I have gone blind.
Oh, crud.
You do not own any token with vision in this sea.
Dang it. Okay, 1 second.
I mean, there's the marker token.
Can you guys?
but-
You guys can all see the marker token.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
Nope.
kind of.
I can
The
see
little
it.
area around it.
Yeah.
Its
Okay.
vision is
You,
quite limited.
yes.
Oh, yes.
1 second then.
Adding permissions.
Yeah. Lighting. Da-da-dum, boop.
Mother, may I please take 3 scissor steps forward?
Can you guys all see now?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay. So you come over this low rise and see spread out before you a small settlement. It's a small gathering of buildings, barely large enough to really be called a village, clustered around what appears to be some kind of large market square. Around what seems to be a great weathered stone well, about a dozen large covered wagons are visible, several of them with stalls set up alongside them and people kind of passing back and forth between them. Sorry, here we go. Here we go. Most of the buildings seem to be small, humble dwellings, kind of single stories of thatch with wooden boards for walls. But here and there, a larger building does rise above its neighbors. However, opposite the road that you are arriving on, across the large market square, the largest building in this little settlement seems curiously out of place. A two-story sprawling building with ornate, colorful shutters and like what's looked to be fairly high-quality colored tile on its roofs, with light pouring from its windows, even in this early afternoon. And something that strikes you is, despite the smallness of this of this settlement and the remoteness of the location, a fairly busy trade seems to be being pursued in this market square in front of you as you approach. As you kind of come over and this little settlement comes into view, those of you that are close to her see Kindle kind of let out this heartfelt sigh of relief and kind of tension draining from her as she arrives at what is apparently her home. Those of you of a more martial bent will notice that the town appears to be gathered around the base of a fairly large hillock, and atop it is perched what seems to be a fairly rickety kind of guard tower. As you draw near, your approach, like, people kind of glance up and see you coming, but don't appear to be, offering you any special attention. 1 second, sorry guys.
I got it.
Bugger off, the pair of you! Go on! Sorry, okay. Just had some nuts underfoot.
Spicy today.
They are, yeah. So, as you approach the outskirts of the town, you see a man who had been sitting on what looks to be just kind of a stump beside the road. Kind of stands. He's wearing a breastplate and carrying a spear and a shield. And around his neck, he's got what looks to be like a yellow handkerchief. Which has, kind of like is displayed oddly, kind of not necessarily oddly prominently, but is obviously on some kind of display. It's not simply a garment that he is wearing. Seems to be some kind of identifier. And as you pull closer, he sort of kind of stands up and is giving you a once over as you approach.
Kendall, darling, that large building at the center of town. Would you explain what it is?
Oh, well, that's the Fox and the Hound. It's Madame Yanka's establishment.
What does one do there?
Oh, and she actually kind of shuffles her clothes a little bit and just goes, well, it's a guest house where they have food, drink, and company for people on the road.
Oh, company.
Fun place.
Oh, so we should probably sell some stuff and then go get some rooms at the tavern, yeah?
Well, I mean, yeah. Come on, I'd like to see my dad. And she kind of clicks her horses a little bit, and is pulling up when, and as you get to the side of town, this guy that was, this armored figure that was giving you a once-over sort of kind of, seems to recognize her and goes, "Oi! Hey, Kindle, welcome back." And he sort of pauses as he takes her and you and the whole situation. He kind of goes, "Is everything all right?" She goes, "Oh, there was an attack on the road. Wendell's." Sorry, there's fireworks going on. Guys, I'm trying to work here.
They are being such pain in the asses today.
1 second, I'm gonna like give them some treats to shut them up.
I mean, when
Send them
fireworks
here.
go off, it's pretty normal.
Go outside.
Like Hachi started barking at every passing siren lately.
Sit. There you go.
Yeah, Tycho never barked at anything before, and then the puppy came in and was like, I have a voice, and Tycho was like, oh, that's interesting.
Well, isn't that fun?
He's like, I must protect this new baby.
Sorry. Yes.
Oh, just two things. One, as we drew up to town, Nix, who is leading the pack, will ever so easily kind of take up a position of like watching our rear and let everybody pass him, and he's now in the back of the group. And I would like to get a general read of Kendall when she was talking about the
Foxhold?
The Fox and the Hound.
The Fox
Yeah.
and the Hound. Got it.
Good movie.
Really good movie.
Okay, roll me an insight check.
I wasted all my 20s.
I mean, like, yeah, it's like hard to get a read on her. You don't know her particularly well, and she's sort of been on a bit of an emotional roller coaster, so can't really tell. I mean, what specifically were you trying to get a read on? Because you might have gotten some inkling, since she wasn't trying to be deceptive.
I guess it felt like she was leaving something out when she was talking about that place and potentially her connection to it is what I was gathering.
Ah, okay. No, yeah, you can't really tell anything about that. Yeah, it's, as far as you know, she was just, it's what she said it was.
Cool.
She's a flustered mom.
So she is talking to this young kind of armored figure that has greeted you at the sort of. There's not so much an entrance to town, just kind of like he was sitting a little ways out from the furthest out building, so that he could keep an eye on incoming traffic and the like. And you know, like as she kind of mentions that her husband had died. And that there has been this attack. He kind of just, like, you see his eyes go wide. He's like, God's above, are you all right? Whoa. And then she, she's, yeah, these fine folk, they came and attacked the people what had us. They freed us, sent them packing. He's like, and he sort of looks over all of you. He's like, oh gosh, well, I mean, come on into town. I mean. Who are you all? And he's just kind of looking at the whole group of you and your wagon.
Oh, well, hi, I'm so sorry. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nara. I'm an agent of House Murdoch. I'm not sure if you've heard of them out here.
Nah, they sent you out here to deal with what, with bandits?
Oh, no. Sorry. I'm actually from the Bard's College. I'm here just sort of exploring the area. Don't worry about it. What's your name again?
Bertram.
Bertrand. Well, it's very nice to meet you, Bertrand. We, as you can see, we have come across Kendall and her dear son, Hamish. And in so doing, we have acquired a fair few things that we would really like to trade with at the market.
Well, I mean, yeah, if you want to set up a stall, you can talk to the madam about it, I guess. Well, I mean, if you just want to like talk to the merchants, they're over there.
Okay, well, great. We'll head on in then, unless there was anything you needed.
No. Go on in. I've got to go. Let Colvin know.
Before you go.
Huh? I?
Yes. I was wondering, anything of interest going around town?
Well, I mean, just the normal comings and goings. Trade's been a little bit sparse recently coming down this road the last week or so. I guess, well, I guess
Now
that
you know
bugger's
why.
what you thought. Yeah, that explains it. And there's the normal problems with the little buggers from the forest, but I mean,
Little
nothing-
buggers.
Oh, goblins and the like. They're always nosing around.
Anything else peculiar or eye-catching happening around?
I mean, I don't know. I've been here the last couple of weeks just watching the road.
Very good. Thank you.
Lorium would pipe in, just hear any tales about a large metallic cat creature or anything like that?
Well, not from anyone sober.
He'll just shrug. Say, worth a shot.
And he then turns and hurries off, actually in the direction of what you now know to be the Fox and the Hound. Kindle, meanwhile, has urged her cart towards this building on the southern side of the square, and appears to be in something of a hurry to get there. Kind of looking back briefly over her shoulder at you, but not slowing, as she sort of starts to urge her horse into the, past these few buildings on the outskirts.
Have I finished my painting of her?
Yes, I will say that. Were you on a cart as you traveled?
Yes.
Then yes. So you can roll me a performance, but with disadvantage, because these aren't the best roads in the world, so it's not an ideal space to be doing a painting
It's a
on.
complete failure. I see it and I just hold it and I prestidigitate it to light it on fire and I just drop it.
Yeah, no, this road is not ideal for artistry. And so, okay, you dispose of the painting as you approach the town.
God.
Does Hamish have his own, well, I guess they were captives, so he wouldn't have a pack or anything like that.
No, but he does appear to have kind of reclaimed a few artifacts that were kind of in the general cache, and is now kind of like he's got kind of a staff that he's been gripping, but you got the impression that they weren't actually carrying much with them. They were expecting to just kind of travel by cart along the road. They weren't going off adventuring or anything like that.
If I can have, when we were loading up, I would have given Hamish a dagger.
Okay, yeah, you absolutely would have been able to find an opportunity to do that. But give me a sleight of hand check to determine if you were able to do that without attracting notice.
Rogues giving kids daggers, it's as natural as breathing.
Mm-hmm. Not bad.
No, Kindle was very distracted, and you were able to slip her son a blade without her noticing. One that you now see, like he has actually kind of tucked in underneath his the cloak that was once his father's. He's kind of tucked that into the back of his belt, where it'll go unnoticed. But he's kind of like, oh, thank you. Oh, I'll make sure no one grabs it and no one takes us again. Thanks.
Right. Wrong accent. He'll just say, you do that, and remember, Stick them with the pointy end.
Right. Like
And only if you mean it.
and like you actually see, he kind of like seems to actually be quite moved by this thing. You know, the loss of his father and everything like that. He seems to be like he's feeling a lot of adolescent emotions right now, and having this dagger given to him seems to have given him a sense of like empowerment that you can certainly appreciate.
I think I had 2 of them, so it was one of the jewel encrusted daggers.
Okay.
I have a soft spot.
Well, was it the one that the bandit leader was carrying, or the red-robed figure was carrying? Because those are the 2 ornate daggers that you'd found.
The one the bandit leader was carrying.
Okay. He actually does seem to recognize it when you hand it to him. Not in any particular way, but he just kind of goes, "This is the one that bastard was carrying when he murdered Duch. You killed him, right?"
Fucking yeah, we did.
Good.
Just that you're feeling right now, channel it into protecting your family.
I will. I'll stick the next bugger that tries anything. I promise.
And then I'll scare her away.
Okay, and so yeah, on the journey back into town, he has had that tucked into the back of his waistband, and mark that off your inventory, sir.
I roll to see if I caught that.
Sure,
that
yeah.
interaction.
Anybody who wants to can roll a perception.
Wasn't that the magic dagger?
No, none of the daggers that you found so far were magic.
Okay. I was like, you just gave that kid a cursed dagger, that'd be fun.
Oh my god. Not this campaign too. Yeah, I mean, I would have been trying to hide it from his mother, but I wouldn't have been trying to hide it from anyone else.
Okay. By the way, is my sound quality coming through okay for everyone?
You're breaking up a
It's starting
little
to
bit.
lag a little, yeah, for me, but
Okay.
still understand everything.
Okay, I'm going to try just ducking out of the call and coming back in. Just to see if that fixes it. Okay, how's that?
It's good. We
great.
weren't considering.
You weren't talking shit.
Okay, so as I said, so you're entering into town. Kindle has kind of pushed on a little bit ahead. You guys had paused to talk to the guard Bertrand, and she has pushed a little ways ahead of you and is now pulled up outside this one of the larger buildings on the southern side of this market square, and you can see out the front there was a somewhat elderly human with a little bit of kind of salt and pepper in his hair, a tall kind of wiry man who seemed to be setting up kind of displays outside of what you assume to be the general store that she mentioned as run by her father. As she approaches, you kind of see him straighten up and look at her, and at first he kind of raises his hand in greeting, and then seems to pause as he realizes that she's not accompanied by her husband Wendell anymore. You watch as she kind of jumps down, and there appears to be this moment, a few moments of kind of tearful, intensely emotional greeting and explanation before he kind of grabs her and just brings her into this heartfelt, relieved hug, pulling Hamish in as well, and he just kind of holds them to him for a few moments before kind of holding them at arm's length again, and sort of there's quite obviously a very intense conversation going on, and you see a few passers-by, like a couple of them that had been apparently browsing through the stock, joining in this conversation, and like hands being put on Kindle's shoulders as as this small community kind of welcomes her back and folds her into it once more. What are you guys going to do in the meantime? Or are you guys going to do anything in the meantime?
Well, seeing this emotional sort of scene, I am going to sort of quietly suggest maybe we just cover the wagons for now and worry about doing trade tomorrow.
Well, there was one other thing. I was thinking about leaving the extra horse I brought with them.
Well, I think that's a really great idea. Very generous.
They can keep it and sell it, whatever. And he'll start basically unstrapping or untying the horse that he was leading along.
Okay. And yeah, so are you guys just as a group going to approach the general store?
No, I thought that was the opposite of what.
Okay,
Anyway,
so
I'll let everybody
just
else
Lorian?
decide.
Well, no, I just wanted to know if Lorian was going on his own or all of you.
I mean, he would happily go on his own.
Okay. So yeah,
They might have-
breaking it off from the group, you kind of approach a little ways. I mean, this isn't a very big kind of community, so that like this whole thing was happening like 80 to 100 feet away from the entrance to town where you had been talking to the guard, who's now scampered off. But as you approach, kind of Wenrick has been casting glances over at your group. As his daughter evidently explains to him the ordeal that she has endured and your parts in ending it. And as you approach, he kind of has like taken the hat off his head, and he's sort of wringing it in his hands as you come up, and he sort of seems a little bit almost apprehensive as he takes in the bulk and kind of spectacle of you. But as you approach, he kind of comes up and he holds his hand out to you. And he's like, Wenrick, it's an honor to meet you, sir.
And he'll extend his hand in a shake as well, and just, Lorium, sir, pleasure's mine.
Thank you. Thank you so much for what you did for my girl. If there's anything I can do, anything I can offer, you just ask.
It's no problem, sir. We're just probably about to stay in town for a day, or at least get our bearings.
Oh,
You know who the town official might be?
Well, I mean, the madam basically runs everything that happens here. So, I mean, if you've got any questions about the town, I guess you'd want to talk to her.
The madam. She's at the big establishment?
Yeah, Madam Yannicka, she runs the place. I mean, truth be told, she runs just about everything around here.
Right. Well, I don't want to bother requesting anything from you folk. You guys have... He'll, like, drop his tone a little bit to him. He's like, you folk have lost enough. I actually wanted to ask if you'd like another horse. You could use it, sell it, fix up some damages.
Yeah, he sort of takes the reins from you in his hand and looks at the animal and says, "Oh, well, thank you kindly, sir. I mean, we could always use another animal around the place, but God bless you for your generosity, for your help, for everything. Thank you so much."
And he'll just sort of do like a fist to chest, a little quick salute over his emblem of Tempest, and then place his left hand on his shoulder. And the same to you, sir. Just take care of him.
I will. Thank you, Sir Knight.
It's whatever. And he'll just walk back to the group.
Okay. And so yeah, he kind of returns with the horse, and you see like there's a small group has kind of gathered around as concerned members of the community come over. You see a few others kind of evidently running off to spread the news, as is the norm in these kinds of small communities. You see a couple of women kind of take Kindle under their under their wing and kind of lead her in, as a couple more sort of take Hamish under control and then lead him into the general store as well. As Wenrick takes the horse around the back and then presumably goes in as well to see to his family. What are the rest of you going to do?
I'll just come back to the group and say, well, if we want to look for information or whatever you lads is doing, Madame Yannicka, big house, is the one we should look for.
Well, that seems like the best idea then, no?
Shrug. Objections or any other stops y'all want to make?
I think heading to the Fox and the Hound would be a most prudent choice. We could gather information and get to meet this madam that runs everything.
I don't.
Wait, did you say that she runs everything, or that she's just like who to talk to?
Well, you do not know. You were not there for that conversation. You heard Bertrand mention talking to Madame Yannicka, but that was the sum total of your familiarity with her.
Okay.
Although Kindle did also mention that, yes, she apparently runs the Fox and the Hound. And Naira, what was that intelligence check for?
I'm wondering if I've figured out the nature of this establishment.
Based on what Kindle said and your familiarity with, settlements and trade routes like this and the kind of establishments that you find along them, yes, this is almost certainly a fairly large tavern brothel.
I was gonna say she has read books about it, I assume.
You don't know anything about my books, sir.
That was out of character.
Which is back in her saddlebag, by the way.
Thanks for letting us know.
With the small pup.
No, I have two saddlebags on either side, so the pup is
Okay.
on one side and everything else is on the other.
I'm reading the book as well. He's learning.
So to the inn, then perhaps we could rent a room and get properly washed.
Yep, and then we can sell our shit.
Okay. By the way, I'm seeing fluctuations in my signal strength, so if my audio starts cutting out, please let me know, and I can probably just turn off my video or something.
Okay.
But for now, sorry.
So
go
far
on.
you're comprehensible.
Oh no, I'm gonna go ahead and send Tyler a link to the campaign so he can see all the info.
Oh, cool. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
So, you guys cross the market square. As I mentioned, it seems to be a fairly disparate collection of about a dozen large travel wagons. Some of them look to have temporary stalls that have been set up outside them, and you see a number of different merchants kind of either bargaining with each other or with what you assume to be locals. You see in the center of all of these, there is a fairly large stone-built and very old-looking, weathered kind of gazebo with a large kind of what you assume to be a well underneath the roof, against which are lounging a number of other figures in armor, all of which have a very prominent yellow scarf somewhere around their person, either around their neck or around the upper part of their right arms. As some kind of identifier, a group identifier, it seems very clear. All of the people that you see in this way are, as I said, they're fairly well armed and armored, with at least like a shield and spear or shield and sword or something of the kind about their person. But for now, they seem to simply be keeping an eye on the various goings-on and negotiations that are happening around them. You continue on past this small group, approaching the large building on the northern edge of the square. As you draw closer to the large structure, you see that in addition to the colorful tiles and bright lights spilling from its windows, there are also colorful flags and streamers which adorn much of the outside, light and music spilling from the open doors and windows. Let me just go ahead.
I would like to take a look around as we progress through the town to make sure that to see if I spot any diamonds in the rough.
Okay, give me a perception check.
Gotcha.
I'd like to do something similar, but I just want to get an idea of
I
the
roll
types
sucker.
of wares being traded.
Okay, give me a perception check as well.
We're all rolling garbage on anything but like our main stats, don't worry. Except the fucking twins or siblings, they're rolling everything. Well, never
Nope.
mind.
11. Looks to be fairly normal, kind of the kind of wares you would expect to see on the road like this. There are some fabrics that have evidently come from the Elven Isles on their way through via the port of Morosa. And traveling through to the, what you would assume would be the more inland cities of the Confederacy. Equally, there are a lot of manufactured goods from the Confederacy itself, pottery, things like that. There are several carts filled with those. And additionally, you also see what you would assume to be potentially some locals that are trading, goods that would typically be found in the country, fresh-grown vegetables, fruits, things like that, as well as furs and meats that could potentially have been hunted locally. Nothing too sort of weird or out of the ordinary that catches your eye. And then let me go ahead. I always forget that I need to preload your guys' tokens when I'm going to be moving you onto a new thing, so let me go ahead and do that. And you begin to approach the Fox and the Hound. So, as I said, as you approach, the sounds of music from within grow louder and louder. You see colorful flags and streamers adorning much of the outside of it. And at the door, two more of the men in armor with yellow scarves about their necks. Valco is still with you. He's kind of in your in the saddlebag of your horse, but as you pull up outside, you and your cart kind of comes to a stop outside. You see a figure step out to greet you, apparently having spied your party approaching. He is a very gregariously, elaborately dressed, what appears to be a half-elf. He's got like a broad-brimmed hat with a extravagant feather stepped in it, and he's wearing almost like a costume of bright red with heavy kind of golden tassels and embroidery, just like festooned everywhere that you could possibly imagine. Like every single fringe is festooned with this gold braid. And as all of you as you kind of pull your wagon to a halt outside, he steps out and goes, "Ah, welcome to the Fox and the Hound. You must be the new saviors of our little town. Is that not correct?"
News
Oh,
must
how-
travel fast.
I don't know that we've saved a town.
Or just chuckles.
Well, you have saved some of us, so you have saved us all. Welcome once again. And he immediately approaches close to you, Nara. You being the closest, like takes your hand and presses a long kiss with it. Mwah. Now, it is our greatest pleasure indeed to welcome you to the Fox and the Hound. Come inside. Let me have someone come for your horses and your carriage.
Enchanted, thank you. I will try and basically load Valco into my backpack, by the way.
Okay. Go ahead. He's kind of familiar and comfortable enough with you that he sort of allows you to kind of manhandle him into it for the cost of, another strip of meat or so. And he's kind of just like, poking his head out curiously at everything that's going on around him right now. He goes, "Oh, now good, this little creature from the wilderness. Will he be joining you for dinner?"
Yes. Well, he is my companion. Is there a cover charge?
Oh, no, nothing so say here. Do not worry, our doors are open for all who approach our small community. Please do come in, enjoy, all of you. And he turns and kind of goes, "Come, takes your horses." And you see another man emerge from inside, who kind of starts to gather your reins together, and then calls in, and another figure emerges and kind of starts to clamber up on the cart, unless any of you make any objection to this process.
Calcifer will say, "My apologies, I didn't catch your name."
As soon as you say this, he takes off his hat and gives a deep kind of ceremonial bow. But of course, how rude of me. Welcome. My name is Vara. I will be your host here at the Fox and the Hound. It is my greatest pleasure to ensure that your stay with us is as comfortable as possible.
Can you type that in the chat? Also, Calcifer gives an equally flamboyantly absurd greeting, either via vow or whatever is customary, and says, "The pleasure is mine. I am Calcifer." Bows.
Welcome indeed, and how may I address the rest of your merry band?
Lauren will just say, "Lauren."
Well, I'm Nara, and that is my brother Nix.
A pleasure to meet you both.
And I'm Uther. A pleasure to make your acquaintance.
And
You have good drink here?
Oh, the finest you will find for 100 miles in any direction. Come! And he pivots on his heel and starts to lead you, comes to the door, pauses and turns back and then sort of makes an extravagant, "Please, follow me. Please, proceed me inside."
As the guy goes inside and kind of out of earshot, Nyx will turn to Lorem and just go, "Please, proceed me inside."
He just lets out a snort of a laugh and just passes by you, giving a firm nod to both of the guards.
Yeah, they both actually seem like they're definitely on duty, but they don't seem like they're not even remotely kind of actually alert or ready for any kind of action. They just sort of wave to you as you go by.
There is not one open table.
That's normal.
I'd make my way over to the axeman and just go, "Pardon me, sir. Could I interest you in a silver piece so all me and my friends could sit down with each other?"
And the two, as you step in, the music and the noise and the light that you saw from outside is redoubled as soon as you step inside. Your senses are almost assaulted by this barrage of kind of color, noise, and warmth. A fire blazes very merrily in a large hearth towards the back corner of the room. Whilst on this stage to your right, there appear to be two half-elven musicians playing and the volume produced by their playing, you actually suspect there would be some kind of magic at work, given the volume that they are able to produce from their instruments. Whilst in front of them, two women and a man are engaged in some sort of obviously rehearsed but not too formalized dance, just whirling around in time to this bouncing kind of vibrant music. The whole place seems to kind of have be deliberately very high tempo and energetic, and as you step forward and kind of make this offer to this man, it's just like, oh yeah, more than happy to. Take your silver piece, and kind of moves to belly up to the bar before, but definitely keeping his eye on the performance that is being put on. In this right-hand area here, next to the stage, there is a comfortable seating area set up, and there's more of these kind of gaudily dressed figures that you can see dancing are lounging on these rather sumptuous looking couches, while beside them there is an enormous half-orc kind of just lounging against the wall with his arms crossed, watching the whole room, dressed in thick plates of armor with a large, the handle of what you can see to be a massive greatsword sticking out above one shoulder, whilst around his neck a large and now somewhat familiar golden scarf has been wrapped.
But like, how massive?
He is definitely an imposing figure. He is incredibly tall and broad-shouldered, from what you can see, and he is easily, with the possible exception of Laurium, the biggest figure in this room. I mean, you can actually see on the couch next to him there is a somewhat kind of svelte woman lounging in fairly kind of scanty clothing, and she is just dwarfed by this enormous figure who is made even bigger by the bulky armor that he's wearing.
So Skyrim rules: if I beat him in a fist fight, he becomes our follower. You know.
If.
Calcifer will walk up to the barkeep and say, "Hello there. Would it be possible for me to order a few drinks off of you?"
And Zavara actually stops, it gets there at the same time as you begin to speak. He goes, "Please, no, allow me. It is the least the house you can do for you having returned one of our own to us. A round of whatever they desire. I can certainly recommend the Dancing Lady Reserve. It is arranged by Madame Yannicka directly from the islands of Elba, and it is magnifique."
Is that so? I've heard a little of this, Madame Yevnica. Did I say that right?
Yannicka.
Spell it for me.
IANICKA.
I could
Put it in the
not
chat.
hear that.
Yeah, I'll put it
Put it in the chat.
And Calcifer will say, okay, got it. Calcifer will say, one of which is that she has amazing taste. So yes, Baki, please indulge us.
Zarkov, of course her taste is amazing. This is her establishment. Can you not see for it is not evident?
Oh, very much self-evident, I assure you.
Well, I am most pleased to hear it. He turns around, he's like, "Oh, and you, sir, I assume we should have two for you?"
3.
But of course.
So look over to the half-orc and just sort of a very respectful nod.
He's been not giving you exactly the side eye, but definitely sort of assessing your group as you arrived. And as you nod at him, he just kind of, looks you over for a minute in return, and then nods back.
I'm picturing.
What time of day is it?
Right now, it's probably around about 3-4 p.m.
So you know that scene in Full Metal Alchemist where the the husband and the
I know exactly the
colonel
scene you're
are
referencing.
throwing out. Give me enough time, that'll be this DeLorean and that'll work.
Okay. Yeah. So.
I would-
Oh, go on.
Turn as he's like settling, brings the drinks over. I would just kind of lean forward towards him and go, so I bet you'd be the man in town if I was into selling 4 barrels of beer, 45 bottles of Brayburn cider, and Dancing Lady reserves.
And he goes, so you brought our missing shipment. Well, yes, I would certainly be interested in discussing that with you. But please, let us leave such unpleasantness for a later moment. For now, can I offer you anything else in addition to your drinks? Some food? Some company, perhaps?
Could I have a menu, please?
Why, certainly, my dear. And he turns, chats to the barman for a moment, and then comes back with what are actually some very nice and fairly high class tablets that have some decent calligraphy on them, and have a range of drinks on offer, as well as a number of kind of portion sizes, essentially, available for meals.
Our drinks, are they at the table?
Yes, yeah. Zavara has been kind of handing them out as he's been talking.
And what is it? Is it like a red wine, a white wine? What are we talking about?
The Dancing Lady Reserve, which he is serving, is a red wine.
Okay.
And
I'm
actually,
sorry,
a very good one. And sorry, Naira.
I'm sorry, do you have another menu?
He kind of pauses for a moment and goes, well, yes, but of course. Turns and then walks over to the lady that is actually lounging on the couch over here, says something to her that you don't quite catch, and then comes back and hands you a somewhat smaller but just as beautifully kind of created card, which, as you examine it, has a series of essentially time slots and associated costs, along with various room sizes and some other luxuries available. That is kind of like a item at the bottom. So it says other luxuries available.
Nyx is intently watching Naira's whiskers.
They are not twitching at all, actually. She's perusing it as if she was reading any menu.
I'm gonna take a peek, and then I'm gonna look at the buff dude, and I'll say, I don't suppose he's also on the menu.
Zavara kind of looks back at him and goes, looks at the half-orc and then looks back at you and goes, oh, no, I'm afraid his talents are more... Well, they are less genial in nature than I think one such as you may appreciate. But do not worry, if you are seeking that kind of companionship, I can heartily recommend our small companion, Cortez.
He just sighs in a tragic way. He just goes, unfortunate.
Oh, believe me, sir, he will not disappoint. Would you like me to arrange a small conversation?
That's what I'll say. Certainly.
Well, very good, sir. I will just make sure. I will just see when he will next be free. He is quite popular, you know.
Forgive me. I'm not quite familiar with the customs in this particular establishment. How can you tell which of the companions are available?
Well, typically any that are in this room are unengaged. If you wish to reserve a certain one, I can certainly arrange something. I can, have a chat, see who is free.
Out of character, I assume it's literally not just nobody but whores in here. I assume there are also.
No,
So how can you tell who is who?
So they're basically based on the way that people are dressed is the simplest way to tell who are the, shall we say, entertainers and who are the patrons. There are two fairly plainly dressed figures behind the bar itself. One of which is a gnome, and the other of which is a human woman. But in addition, kind of flitting among the tables, in addition to the three figures that are dancing, there are at least two others that are kind of moving among the tables, kind of dancing as they go, tracing their, kind of just trying to catch eyes and interest as they move about. There is one leaning over, presenting her ample assets, as it were, to a man who is sitting here enjoying a drink. They appear to be quite deep in some kind of conversation. And there are all the ones that you can see that you would assume to be entertainers. There are 4 women and 2 men present that you can see.
Nara sort of looks around thoughtfully for a minute and then sort of goes, "Oh, I don't know," and then puts that menu into the center of the table. Is anybody else interested?
Nyx picks up the menu.
Okay. It is, as I mentioned, just basically a menu that at the top it says companionship. Beneath the kind of scrolling name of the Fox and the Hound, and it offers a variety of services of the like, starting with a simple hour of companionship, going through to all the way to what it says to be the full care package, ranging from a mere gold piece to a full 10 for the more extravagant menu options.
He will peruse it for a bit.
Lorian's just side-eyeing you.
Side-eyeing me?
As he's just drinking from a bottle straight.
I would, if I can, of the people who I think might be available, are there any people that to me seem a bit chatty?
Give me a perception check.
I'm so glad we're on the same page.
Girl.
Yes, actually. This lady that is sitting on the northernmost couch is looking fairly bored, and appears to be trying to engage the half-orc in a conversation to which he is responding somewhat half-heartedly. As he actually appears, you see as one of the guardsmen kind of appears through the front door, runs over and has what appears to be a brief conversation with him, and he's mostly ignoring the woman who's just kind of like sitting back looking very bored, and but when she kind of notices you looking over at her, she kind of gets a little smile and a little twinkle in her eye and gives you a wink and sort of crooks her finger at you and
Nyx will do his best imitation of Naira being shy and just kind of have a moment. Before I walk over there, when he went to her for the menu, he wasn't going to her because she was the boss. He was just going to her because she had the menu.
basically, that's the impression you get. Yeah, she certainly doesn't seem to be given any with that role. Like, she doesn't seem to be given any particular deference or be looking around the room with any kind of ownership.
Yeah, well, when in all is well, and he'll walk over to her.
As you get up from the table, the half-orc, having just, he kind of nods and waves a hand, and the guard that he was speaking to backs away and leaves. And he steps out kind of in front of you and holds up a hand for a moment and sort of, not as in, stop, you can't do that, but just kind of as if he seems to want to speak to you for a moment. And steps over so that he is kind of addressing the whole table. Zavara has kind of left off, and you see him kind of moving around the room, disappearing through the back door eventually. But it seems to be very busy being a host for all of the guests in this room. The half-orc, however, is kind of looming over your table for a minute, and he's puts his hands down on the corner a bit, looking over at all of you, and goes, "I'm Colvin. I'm in charge of the security of this place."
Colvin?
Colvin, Kolvin. Oh, V-E-N, sorry. I misspelled it myself. Oh gosh, and I also misspelled it in the token thing there. There we go. Okay, should. There we go. I heard you ran into trouble on the road.
We certainly did.
Yeah, just a few bastards and some wolves.
Calcifer looks at Lorium and says, "Oh, do pardon me. I didn't mean to speak over you." And then he's going to give fluttering eyes towards Colvin.
He's just his face appears quite impassive and just sort of businesslike as he takes you in. And he kind of gets one of the chairs and sort of turns it backward and settles his massive frame into it. Looks over at all of you. Tell me everything.
Well, you see, my friend here, and he'll point towards Naira, is doing some bardic business. You know how bards tend to be, going crazy for history and lore, and we accompanied her. Naira, you are so much better than I at telling stories.
As you describe her as going crazy for something, by the way, her ears sort of sag and she deflates a little and she pulls into herself.
And if he catches that, he'll say, "Oh dear, no, I didn't mean it in a bad way."
The fighting! What happened with the fighting?
I'm very sorry. You're being very forward, sir.
Look, I don't do the entertainment here. My job is to keep this place, the people all around it, safe. So if there's some buggers out there attacking people on the road, I need to know about it. Now,
Then
Well,
perhaps...
there aren't any longer.
he turns to Lorian and goes, "How many of them were there?"
Oh, well, that is very rude.
How
Extremely
many of them
rude.
were there? There were 12 at the encampment, and then another.
In total, you'd estimate that you probably fought about 20 in total, across all three encounters.
Okay. Well, he wasn't there for the first one, but.
Oh, there. But you did see the aftermath.
Yeah. About 20.
He mentioned something about beasts, wolves.
3 big dire wolves, 1 pup. Called the pup. It's fine.
Dire wolves. they were fighting for these buggers.
Yeah, one of them controlled it with a whip, and he just looks over to Nyx.
Nyx is just making goo eyes at the girl on the bench.
Well, he's entranced.
Calcifer will interrupt and say, yes, the robed individual seemed to be some sort of arcane spellcaster. I don't know if that will be of use to you.
Thank you. Pushes back and actually disappears back through this door.
You're welcome.
Well, he's a conversationalist.
Well, you see, most types in security business or mercenaries, they just want to get the information so that they can adapt.
Well, I'm sure we would have given him quite the detailed story.
Time is money.
And Calcifer will turn to Naira and say, and as I was saying, I didn't mean it in a bad way. You just have this passion. It's like a fire that's all-consuming.
Oh, of course. I will keep that in mind.
Much like I do when it comes to painting.
Mm.
I'm gonna do an insight to see how you took that. Super good.
What vibe were you giving off, Naira?
She was just very politely accepting the compliment.
Okay.
Nyx is going to take his glass of wine, down it, set it on the table, look over at the girl, look back at the table, and just say, well, wish me luck, and then make eye contact with Naira and say, Bossamir, and then head off to the couch.
Okay. So as you approach, this girl kind of, does the whole kind of, basic instinct leg uncross cross thing, and just goes.
My.
And just says, well, hello there. Welcome to the Fox and the Hound. I don't think I've seen you around here before.
Oh no, I'm new to these parts. Just arrived with my friends over there, and he'll like gesture back to the table.
And she kind of grabs your hand. As you turn away, she kind of grabs the hand that you're not gesturing with, and just pulls you down onto the couch next to her. And just puts a hand on your shoulder. And goes, well, you will just have to tell me all about it.
Lorium just sees this and lets out a whistle and then just laughs like slaps the table. He's bubbling.
Nyx will continue, and he's Naira can probably tell that he's putting on a bit of a show, and he's being very shy and demure, and like barely containing his excitement at the prospect.
At the prospect?
At the prospect?
I know, right?
But I think I need to make a deception check.
Well, yeah. If this is a performance that you're putting on, deception, please.
I really wish I had.
I mean, you do technically have an inspiration if you want it.
I know, but do I need it later? I have a +5. I think
Deceive
I'm
for brothel maid is the quest.
Okay.
We are siblings.
She apparently considers this to be just adorable and becomes like the more of this performance you put on, the more forward she becomes, until the rest of you can see she is practically draping herself over him as this conversation continues. And she is just kind of...
I was just gonna say, once she has draped herself, I feel so dirty saying this. He will purr.
He will what?
Purr.
Okay. And she goes, oh, well, I just cannot wait to hear what other kind of noises I can make you make, sir.
Oh, God.
Oh my god.
But I'm afraid that, my time is very valuable, and if we want to continue this conversation, we would have to take it upstairs.
Well, lead the way, I guess.
And she kind of giggles and takes your hand, stands you up, and begins to lead you out through this door back here. However,
Have fun.
as you are as you step through there, you see coming through this door to the left a very tall, striking, slightly elderly, you'd estimate kind of potentially mid-60s, tiefling woman appear. And as she appears, she goes, Adela, a moment. And the woman who had been giggling and leading you by the hand kind of stops and goes, oh, yes, madam? Yes, I need to speak with him. Don't worry, I'll return him to you in a moment. And she kind of shrugs and looks back at you and says, don't keep me waiting, handsome. And saunters on up the stairs. As this woman and the half-orc appear from this side room.
I've made a grave mistake.
No, you're doing great.
So this tiefling, as I mentioned, is very tall, like mid to late 60s potentially, but strikingly beautiful. Pale, kind of ashy skin with vibrant purple hair, from which these two horns protrude, sweeping back over her head and then pointing straight up from the back of her skull. She's dressed in what you recognize as, like, this is not costume fine. You have lived in Vanya, you have rubbed shoulders with the wealthy and powerful. This is a dress that would not be, would not look amiss in pretty much any ballroom, more or less anywhere on the continent, and she wears it incredibly well. It's this richly embroidered red and gold, which you've seen colors much in evidence throughout the Fox and the Hound. And as she kind of steps in front of you, she puts out her hand and goes, Madam Yannicka, charmed.
Concentrate will rise and bow before her and say,
well, she hasn't come out just yet.
oh shit, sorry, I thought she was with us all. God damn it.
That's why I said I have made a grave. He will, he'll bashful again and, like, wipe his paw against his leg and, like, stammer, my name's, Nix, and shake her hand.
As you do, she is giving you this look of kind of wry amusement at this affectation that you're putting on. And she goes, and then she looks back up at the woman who is kind of leaning over the banister of the small landing up there. Don't worry, darling, I'll return him to you in good condition. Now, I would have a word with you and your friends, if you have a moment.
Does the girl I was flirting with go away?
No, she is leaning over the balcony, kind of looking down at you, and as she sees you look up, she goes,
follow me. And he will awkwardly lead her back to the table.
So, the rest of you see Nyx re-emerge, followed by this
Well, that was awfully
striking
quick.
this striking tiefling and the familiar imposing form of the half-orc Colvin, who is kind of hovering behind her with an almost sort of protective air as she approaches your table. And she arrives there, gives a little bit of a curtsy, and says, Madam Young, welcome, all of you, to my establishment.
I return the curtsy in kind and introduce myself. Calcifer, pleasure is all mine.
Well, of course it is, darling. This is a wonderful place.
I can tell.
Laura, indeed it is.
Well, aren't you strapping? They're going to have all kinds of fun with you.
He'll wink. Just can't tell. It's gonna be a running gag.
Oh, allow me to introduce the rest of our party. This here is Uther Lionsbane, and this is Naira.
As you introduce Uther and Uther Lionsmane, she just kind of goes, well, of course he is.
I just give her like that, like, you know, when the old woman in the old folks' homes flirting with you, you just give it her a full send wink. Like, you're like, oh yeah.
Do you give her finger guns too?
But of course.
And then Naira, and she just kind of goes, well, welcome all of you. I have to say once again, thank you for the aid that you provided to the folk of my wonderful little home here. Kindle and her child are most precious. Pity about her husband. He was a fine young man.
Yes, it's a shame we didn't get there soon enough.
Well, either way, your aid was most beneficial, not only for returning her, but also all the things that were stolen, including the missing shipment for this very establishment. Please, find us fee. And she puts a small bag of gold on the table in front of you. Don't worry, I've already had my staff take it from your wagon.
Oh, well, that was very forward.
Sorry, I might have drank a bottle or two.
But spoilers of war, darling. Spoilers of war.
I would then just like split it out, you know, as the Soviet national anthem plays in the background evenly to everyone.
It is 50 gold that in the small pouch that she had placed down. And I mean, based on, I mean, anybody who wants to does anybody want to kind of try and give an evaluation of what you had found vis-a-vis the amount that she's given? Or are you just accepting it?
It's accepting it.
Okay.
I feel like
I would
we're a
very
bit
much be
shorted.
liking to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a, I don't know. I mean,
Persuasion?
straight intelligence would probably...
Investigation?
Oh.
Yeah, investigation you can roll if you like.
Nice.
50 gold, based on what you saw from like everything together, is cheap, but not a rip-off. Like, if you were to find merchants that wanted to buy all of the individual items, you probably would be able to get more. But it's it's certainly not like I said, it's certainly not a rip-off. Given the value of the various items that you'd found.
I will smile at her and I will say, "This is very generous of you." Out of curiosity, does that also include a room for the night?
Oh, but of
For each
course.
of us.
He goes, but of course, I had actually hoped to persuade you to stay with us for at least a day, perhaps more. There is one other piece of business that I would like to discuss with you as well. My people tell me that you have a large number of weapons and potentially even some things that could be turned into armor on your cart. Could I persuade you to part with those as well?
I mean, for how much?
Well, I suppose given the amounts and the quality of it, I would be willing to pay you all 200 gold to take them off your hands.
Make it 3.
225. I am, after all, giving you the best rooms.
You see as Uther would nod at that.
Very good, very good. And she kind of holds her hand out behind her, and Colvin takes a bag and reaches into another pouch and puts what appear to be a couple more pieces of platinum into the sack, hands it to her, and she in turn places it on the table in front of you all. And if you count it, you do find it does indeed contain 225 gold pieces.
So total 275
Indeed.
divided by 5. 55 gold apiece.
We would be remiss not to thank you for this generosity you have shown us.
Well, how charming to have such a polite guest in my home, and one who has brought such joy to our small community. Thank you all indeed.
We should be thanking you too. Oh, before you return to your business, as I'm sure you're quite the busy patron, I was
The
wondering
word
if you
is
could...
madam, darling. Madam.
Madam, my apologies. I was wondering if you could perhaps give us a little information about the local state of affairs. We don't want to run into any other messy business on the road, so I was wondering perhaps you could let us know of any strange business occurring.
Strange business. Well, this is the frontier. It is strange all the time. Although, I must admit, the little buggers, the goblins, whatever the hell they're called, have been more rambunctious of late. Colvin and his fellows have been very busy. That is why he persuaded me to purchase those weapons from you. He wants to get a few more of the likely lads from around here and, well, bulk out his ranks.
We've heard rumors on the road of some sort of odd metallic devil cat. Have you heard anything like that?
Not of that in particular. I mean, there is talk of large forms stalking the woods and hunting, cattle and the like, but I'd thought it only to be wolves. Why, have you seen such a creature?
Certainly I haven't.
Or
Well, if you find it, do let me know.
Whose cattle has gone missing?
A few of the farms around here, further north, outside of town. They are the ones that have suffered the most from the predations of the little devils.
Let me see. Is this hostility something new?
Unfortunately, yes, it has become worse of late. There have always been, well, all kinds of weird shit coming out of those woods, but lately they have been becoming bolder. Normally Colvin and his men just need to ride around looking fearsome once a week or so, and they stay where they should, out of my fucking business. But, well, the people have been complaining more and more of late. They're worried, and I don't blame them.
Do you believe there to be some sort of catalyst aggravating the situation?
I don't know. I'm not stupid enough to poke my head more than a few miles out of this place.
Oh, I'm sure you aren't, but I'm sure you're quite intelligent and keep tabs on the things that occur around your business. Perhaps, um, strangers going into the woods, maybe kicking the hornet's nest, uh, or I don't know, uh, anything that could have happened that could have, again, aggravated the little fuckers.
Something pushing them out, or maybe new leadership within their rank.
Oh, yes, that's a good one.
Well, if it is something like that, I wouldn't know. It's not like I have any of them to tea.
That's true. Perhaps that would solve everything.
Well, I'm afraid it would be pearls before swine.
Agreed. Oh,
Where's
your
Rogue?
selection.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry.
Your selection of wine. It's, well, quite palatable. Orgasmic, really.
As she's been speaking with you, by the way, a number of the performers have, there's one girl still dancing there and a couple of others still moving around the room. Several of the others come over to the table and sort of start to lightly kind of insinuate themselves onto the table. One lady comes over and tries to sort of perch herself on your lap, Laurium. A man comes up behind Nyx and Calcifer and sort of traces his hands over your shoulders, giving Naira a flirtatious look, while another woman comes up behind and starts to kind of lightly just stroke Uther's shoulders back and forth, all of them very clearly kind of just integrating themselves into your little conversation, unless any of you shoo them away.
Nyx will just sidestep a little bit and be like, "Oh no, I'm spoken for already. Thanks, though."
He gives you a wink and moves over, sort of again, kind of just trailing his hands across the back of Calcifer and Naira. All of them kind of taking their cues from seeming to be watching Madame Yannicka for any kind of cue as she continues to speak with you. And as they kind of all come over, she just goes,
I will actually sort of look at him, by the way, if he's touching both Calcifer and me at the same time, and I will just look at him and go, "I'm sorry, 3 is a crowd."
and he will actually reach out his hand and go, "Well, if you would prefer a more private conversation, it can be arranged."
I look at Naira and I say, "You could use a little bit of tender love and care."
At that, her whiskers will twitch a little bit, just be like, "I don't know what you are implying, sir."
I mean, we all could. We've been in the road quite a long time. A bath and perhaps a massage would go a long way.
Well, that is between me and this establishment. This is not between you and me, Calcifer.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean for you to divulge anything that you would want to do. I'm just giving a suggestion.
That is quite enough, thank you.
Lorem is just kicked back, enjoying the shit out of all.
And the man that had been paying attention to Naira actually kind of gives, when she says that, gives Calcifer a little bit of a humph nod, and somewhat kind of protectively is holding her shoulders.
Also, will say, "Oh, that's sweet."
Madame Yannicka, meanwhile, turns to looks between Uther and Laurium and says, "You have been on the road for a while? What brings you here? What is your business, if you don't mind me asking?"
Lorem picks up his hand and gestures towards Uther.
Odd as it may sound, I'm doing a bit of sightseeing. Wanted to see the countryside.
Well, it is, I suppose, a picturesque enough location for it.
It is.
And I'm
Can
just
I
I'm the beast.
can I ask, why have you taken such interest in us?
Well, it's not every day that a group comes in having slain a dozen bandits and rescued two of my people. You are a most capable group, and, well, as I mentioned, times are becoming increasingly fraught here.
Insight check.
Go ahead and roll, sir.
Lauren will just, while that's going on, just say, they want us to help with the goblins, I assume.
Oh, that does make sense.
Yeah, as far as you can tell, she's being pretty straight up. She seems to be genuinely quite concerned with she kind of hand waved them a little bit when she was talking to you, the predations of these goblins, but that in addition with the appearance of these bandits, she seems genuinely quite concerned, and sees in you guys basically more muscle, is the impression that you get.
Mercenaries for hire.
At this, Calcifer will look at Naira and say, "What do you say? After all, you are the one that brought us here."
Well, she
If
hasn't.
the-
She hasn't made any kind
Oh.
of offer or anything like that. That's just the impression that Midnight gets from his insight check. The last thing that she did ask was what your guys' business here was.
Well, honestly, right now our business here is to rest and recuperate from being on the road for so long after having slain 20 bandits and rescued some of your people.
Of course, and you should have ample opportunity to indulge in such a thing. As I said, your rooms for tonight are on me. If you wish any companionship with one of my charming ladies or gentlemen, then you may arrange that with them. But for now, please, enjoy another round of drinks on me. Zavara, see to them.
You are such a gracious host. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so much in return, darling. It is a pleasure to have you all here in my humble abode. Please, enjoy yourselves. I will speak with you all in the morning when you have rested and recuperated somewhat. Come, Colvin, we have much to talk about. And she and the half-orc disappear back through. And leave you as Zavara returns, placing another two bottles on the table in front of you with another round of drinks. As various members of the establishment come to drape themselves over you. Adela, as you heard her mentioned, reappears at the doorway after Madame Yannicka has passed through it, catches your eye, Nyx, and sort of crooks her finger at you again.
He will down the glass of wine in front of him, do kind of like a full body shake, and as he leaves,
I would like to insight check that, I guess. Can I tell that he's nervous?
Sure, roll an insight check.
That's happening. Lorium would just sort of hold the bottle out towards you. The courage is in the bottle, not the glass.
What am I reading from Nyx?
Nyx, what is she reading from you?
Hold on. I gotta think. Because, like, I'm not actually nervous. This is an act. So do I need to roll deception to deceive her?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll a deception then.
Okay, this is what you get. You recognize this ploy. It's one we've run on many a merchant. You know exactly what he's doing.
Sorry, Tasha.
He will grab the bottle from Lorium and head off.
Okay.
Maybe. Token?
As he walks away, I just look at Naira. And I'll be honest, I didn't think your brother was the type.
Oh, yeah, you did. And she just sort of grins. And then I will turn and look at this male courtesan.
Uh-huh.
What do I see?
This one is a human, probably in his kind of mid to late 20s. He is a very attractive specimen. From what you can see, he's clean shaven. He's got a long kind of shoulder length black hair that's pushed back from his head, and you see he's actually kind of got like almost French braided around the crown of his head into braids down that hang down the back. He's got a kind of like billowy kind of like Fabio style white blouse on with a deep kind of V neck. And he's sort of like, now it's taken to kind of lightly massaging your shoulders a little bit as you sit there. And as you look up at him, he gives you a little bit of a wink and he says, you know, I've been told my hands are magic if you'd like to have more of a sample.
Oh, well, that is very kind, but I am on a professional excursion, and that would probably be inappropriate, as these are all people in my employ. Please don't waste your time with me.
Oh, well, that's just such a shame. And he kind of looks over at you, Calspers. How about you? You mentioned you'd like a massage. And he kind of cracks all his knuckles as he looks at you.
I produce a platinum piece at that, flip it to the guy, and just turn towards Calcifer and say, enjoy yourself.
Calcifer rises and says, oh, I do love mixing business and pleasure.
The guy kind of takes it, like examines it for a second and goes, gives you a small bow, and it takes, puts out his hand to Calcifer. Well, come with me then, and let's see what we can do.
I grab it, and I let him lead me away.
And yeah, he'll lead you out through this door. And up the stairs.
Trying to move. Get stuck on the door.
So before...
Oh, now we have some breathing room.
Before you guys get up there, so as you get to the counter, or as you get to the second floor here, Midnight, you see that on this landing, there is a figure that is apparently invisible on the map, but never mind. There is another figure dressed similarly to Zavara that you saw below, a human male dressed in this flamboyant red and golden colors of the house. And next to him there is a table that is strewn with small bottles and packets and the like. And as Adela leads you past him, he just kind of goes, he gives you a look and he says, now, could I interest you in some enhancements for your night of pleasure, sir?
Calcifer will look at him and say, oh, do you have any oils? I am dying for a deep tissue massage.
Oh, you're not here just yet, so this is...
I'm sorry,
yeah,
I'm
no.
sorry.
He will make the same offer to you when you arrive, though. So
Yes,
we'll get
okay.
to that in a second. But Midnight, are you going to take him up on anything?
Looking over the assortment in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything or any combinations? I mean, this is a long shot. Is there anything or any combination of things that, if taken, would make someone more willing to talk?
Yes. There are, just from the few labels that you can see. I mean, roll me a knowledge nature check.
Damn it.
I mean, yeah, there are like a couple of things that you recognize as essentially like very concentrated, basically like a really strong kind of coffee martini, essentially something to get you wasted and full of energy at the same time. There are several options that would potentially have that effect. And as you're kind of looking it over, Adela sort of puts her hands on you and leans over your ear, whispers in your ear, he's like, I'd recommend the Dungonan route. It will make you go all night like a tiger.
These are gas station enhancements.
I will take one condom and one horny goat weed, please. I'm guessing the thing that she pointed out was probably not one of those things I recognized.
No. What she recommended is, you know, the alchemical equivalent of Cialis.
Right. Are there prices listed, or is this like a? Is this like the mini fridge in the hotel you'll just get built at the end?
There are no prices listed. There is the attendant, obviously, if you wish to inquire.
That actually sounds really nice. Is it just like one thing, or can I just smorgasbord?
Oh, the world is your oyster, sir. Whatever you would like, we will strive to provide.
He will grab the root that she mentioned, and he'll grab one thing that he knows will like get somebody talking, and then he'll just grab 3 random things.
Okay.
200 gold, please.
The guy just kind of like, as you point them out, he sort of gathers them all for you, puts them into a little like kind of basket hamper, and hands it to Adela, and he just kind of goes, "You guys have fun now," and waves you through.
Okay. Where are we going?
She grabs you by the hand, hamper in one of her hands, your hand in the other, leads you to the back of the second floor, and across to the second room. Shoves you inside, and comes in after you. At which point, Calcifer, you arrive on the second floor.
So I say what I previously said, and I'm also looking for anything that would lower inhibitions.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me
Favorite.
Go ahead and roll me a knowledge nature check as well, or Arcana.
Come on, powdered Fae.
Same shit, so let's go with Arcana. Oh, perfect.
Okay. Yeah, you are able to identify a couple of options, scattered among what is available.
So essentially what I'm looking for is like something that will give you the same effect like when you go to brunch with your friends and you drink too many mimosas and then you start talking about like your deepest, darkest crap. Okay, That's what I want.
Okay. Wine drunk without the wine.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you are absolutely able to grab a couple of things that you believe will have that intended effect. And again, they are deposited into a little kind of hamper, which is handed to your male companion, who once again grabs you by the hand, leads you through to this second corridor, and says, "Now, I believe your friend made sure that you were going to get the full treatment. Would you like to start with a bath or something else?"
Of course. So long on the road.
Well, come on then. We keep the water nice and hot just for people just like you. And he leads you through to the final door. I'll just pull you
yeah.
up and bring you along. Yeah.
Oh, these are. Did he make this map with Incarnate?
I did.
Oh, I need that.
It's freaking awesome. And yeah, he leads you into like, again, the room itself is like is wood built and then like semi kind of frontier, but the fittings in this room are pretty nice. There is a large stone bathtub. And the water in it is in fact kind of gently steaming. There's a large wardrobe there available for you to put your clothes and stuff in. It's a good like a nice rug on the floor, some nice hangings, a red colored lantern glowing on the wall. And your companion turns to you, and we will fade to black on that scene.
We have questions.
Okay. Well,
Okay.
before we get into those, you three that are remaining downstairs, is there anything that you guys would like to try and accomplish?
I definitely want to try and accomplish something. I'm going to pull out another platinum coin, and I'm going to turn to the wondrous worker draped across Alorium, and I'm going to flip it to her and just go, he might be a little bit shy, but he needs a cleaning and a massage. I saw some of the bites he took. Savior of the town and all.
I wouldn't call myself shy. I was just waiting.
She kind of catches it and it disappears into somewhere in her clothes, and she just kind of goes, well, there is a lot of you to scrub. Let's get started. Grabs your hand and also leads you upstairs. I'll just grab both of you.
He actually would have wanted to lean over to Zavar real quick.
Okay. I'll say you can do that before you leave.
Yeah, and just say, is the madam available as well?
He kind of gives you this this look and he goes, "Oh no, honey, no, oh no, I'm afraid she has been off the menu for quite some time."
Aged like fine wine. Her loss.
No, she has indeed, sir. So kind of you to notice. Enjoy yourselves.
I'm literally lolling.
I like how you say that while laughing.
As you arrive, you are once again offered a arrangement of substances and potions for your perusal.
No need.
He kind of gives you a look up and down and goes, "I should certainly hope not. Enjoy yourselves." And she will lead you to, let me just make sure, yeah, to another of the rooms. The remainder, Uther, Naira.
Naira's probably watching Uther at this point, with her eyes sort of flittering back to the woman who I believe is probably waiting quite expectantly behind him at this point.
She has watched the handing out of platinum coins with great interest and is giving a spirited massage to your shoulders. Just going, and she actually leans down and just goes, and what about you, handsome? You got some tension?
He's
Some
been clearly
dust
trying
from
to
the
get rid of
road?
it.
You see, as I would turn towards her, and I would pull out a platinum, handing it to her, and I would say, I just want to talk, if that's fine.
She goes, well, certainly. I'll go turn down a room. We can talk all you want. And she kind of puts her hand and goes, you coming?
I would, yep.
Okay.
The cheese stands alone. The cheese stands alone.
3 chairs, a bunch of wine.
And yeah, once again leads you into this second corridor through to one of the later doors and into, again, all of the rooms that you guys have been brought into are actually very very nicely appointed. Like all the furnishings and everything in them are quite finely made, very well maintained from the looks of things, and the rooms themselves are like quite nice. The beds are comfortable. This is a very legitimate establishment as these things go. Certainly, very surprisingly so, given the remoteness of the location that you have found yourselves in. But Naira. Oh, where's Naira gone?
I have
Oh, and,
wandered over
just-
to the-
Going up the stairs and passing the guy, I would just be like, rolling papers, tobacco, maybe haze grass, just something I can.
Oh, absolutely, sir. We have something that can help you relax. We have 4 different varieties of the of haze grass for your use. Do you have any particular flavor preferences? Personally, I find the maple to be just the thing after a long day on the road.
You are right about that. And then I would just take whatever enough that I could roll a few of.
Okay, yeah, you are certainly able to procure a pouch or 2 of special tobacco.
Indeed. And then make my way fade to black, but you could totally sew my scene because it's just me hanging out and trying to crack up a worker.
Okay. Meanwhile, further down, Zavara, having seen all of your companions disperse, is hovering around the table and says, Madame, you mentioned that you would not be seeking companionship. However, is there anything else that I can provide to make your stay here more comfortable? I will, of course, ensure that one of our finest rooms upstairs is made available for your rest, but what of entertainment may I offer?
I'm fine, thank you. I will just and I will grab my mandolin. I guess I'm just by myself tonight.
Oh, my shells, this is a Fox and the Hound. No one should be by themselves, not when there is company to be had. You are a musician. Would you care to join our people on stage? This is the least we can do for such an esteemed
Oh no,
guest.
no, thank you very much. I do not have that amount of skill, but thank you.
Oh well, if you
No,
drink...
I'm fine with my with this lovely glass of wine, and yeah, I'm fine. I will head upstairs when I'm ready.
Well, certainly. Just let the man on the landing know that you are one of Lady Yannika's very special guests, and he will ensure you'll get one of our best rooms for your rest. Until then, if there is anything I can do, I am Zavara, at your service. And he continues on his way. Okay. Meanwhile, so, Nyx, you mentioned that you were actually going to be trying to, can't believe I'm about to say this, pump this lady for information.
When you say it like that, it sounds so heterosexual. So.
So what exactly are you trying to learn from her? Given that you are going to be sharing, shall we say, chemical enhancements with the lady, to try and get her to, loosen up and everything like that. Any checks that you roll for any kind of information gathering or anything will be at advantage. But we can roleplay this, or you can simply tell me the kind of information
I'm just gonna
you're
tell
after.
you.
Okay.
Don't worry. But I will say, this is gonna sound so bad. Nyx falls into a bit of a routine. This is not the first time he's had to get information like this, and I doubt it will be the last. He performs his part as expected.
Okay.
And if he can get her to talk without the enhancements at first, he will try. But if she's not, God, that sounds so dirty and wrong.
Well,
I guess what I mean is, I'm gonna try to get the information out of her just regular, see what she will give me, and if there's anything I want to press, I will.
Okay, so
Go
tell
that
me what
route.
kind of information you're after, and then go ahead and roll me a investigation check.
So much
Okay.
phrasing.
I hate this. Okay. I want to inquire about like the establishment itself, maybe like how long it's been here. I'm very interested in information about the madam and what. It's odd to me that a place like this takes up so much real estate in a town like this. And I think there's more to it. And I kind of want to see what she will give me on that. If I will roll the check, but if you prefer, you can type it up and send it to me later.
Okay. Well, yeah, go ahead and roll the check. And I mean, I am happy, like, that very much depends upon, like, how secretive you intend to be with this information. I am happy to kind of just say it out loud here in the chat, but if you would prefer, I can just type it up and send it to you later.
This is just a normal roll, right?
Yes. Well, yeah. So for now, just roll a normal investigation, and then you will see how the night progresses.
Oh, brunch.
7-11.
Jeez, I mean, like, you get the feeling that she is
Oh, wait.
more. There's definitely more she could tell you.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay.
This will be at advantage one way or the other.
Okay. So yes, your pillow talk is significantly in depth. And would you prefer that I type it up and send you what you were able to learn?
Sorry, I'm trying to think. No, you can say it out loud.
Okay. Just giving you kind of broad strokes, and you can, again, like, if there's more that you want to learn about any particular detail that I mentioned, do so, and it will kind of play that as this is like where you kind of guide the conversation as you're talking to this lady, Adela, as you know her to be called. She is actually very respectful of the madam when she talks about her, Madam Yannicka. She actually doesn't seem very surprised that you are asking about her. Apparently, it's certainly not unheard of for visitors to be very curious about the proprietor of the establishment, as well as the, people who work there. She is, after all, an incredibly striking and quite beautiful woman. Adela speaks of her with a great deal of respect. She doesn't know exactly how long the Fox and the Hound has stood here, but she has personally worked here for 6 years. It was well established when she arrived to join it. She says that she has been treated extremely well since she has started working here, and the madam has takes a personal interest in her and all of the rest of the girls. Sees to their general well-being, whilst the Golden Band, as you learn the armored individuals with the yellow and golden scarves, are called. They are essentially a mercenary band that Madame Yannicka has hired that act as kind of a de facto town guard. And in terms of the building taking up as much real estate as it does in this area, that actually seems to be because most of the town is newer than the building itself. From the impression that you get is that kind of the tavern and the brothel came first, and the town has largely grown up around it. There was always, as far as she knows, like a small kind of like outpost here, but it actually became kind of a settlement when Madame Yannicka arrived and built this establishment.
In light of that, and how she spoke of Madam, I will not drug her.
Oh, well, she fully partakes freely. Like, you do not have to press this on her at all. She will happily partake herself, before, during, and after the act.
Consent is important.
Right. And you get the impression that, again, like, there's nothing unusual about this situation for her, of these things being taken and, being a part of this whole affair.
He will also partake, but I think I actually have the information I wanted. So, fade to black.
Okay. How about the rest of you? Are you any of you trying to discover anything, or anything like that? Okay.
So I was writing down the questions that I was gonna ask. So eventually, what I imagine is he jumps into the tub or whatever, and then he's essentially what he's gonna do is like prolong the bath massage thing, while partaking of the, I don't know, weed, whatever the fuck, weed, wine,
potions,
blah blah blah. Yeah. And he's going to be like, he's gonna start off by like saying like, oh, like, tell me about you. How long have you been here? What's it like to work here? What's the Fox and the Hound like? How long has it been here? What about the mistress, Yannicka? Where is she from? How long has she been here? Have you thought about branching out? I mean, not you, as in him, but like, have they thought about branching out? Do they have any investors? Why specifically this location? Why not another city or town that's bigger? Mentioned something about how impressed I am with like the establishment, and then I'll end up asking him if there are any people of interest that have been passing through, or people just going in and out of the forest.
Okay. Roll me again an investigation check, please.
Do I get advantage because we were both high as fuck?
Yes, you do.
Yeah. Okay, investigation, not my forte. Come on, you little. Oh my god. Okay.
Actually, I would say that you could instead roll persuasion if you would prefer.
Perfect. Okay.
So what would a 12 get
You
you
want me to-
with persuasion?
Okay. 19.
19.
My
Okay.
persuasion is 7.
Um,
7.
Unfortunately, Ranald, as you discover him to be named, is a little bit of a himbo. Doesn't have a great deal of insight to offer about the goings-on of the establishment at which he works. You are able to discover much of the same information that I just offered to, or that Nyx was able to. But he, like, in terms of how long the establishment's been here, he's been working here 3 years. It was standing when he got here. That's as much as he knows. The madam's always treated him very well. He doesn't know anything about the business side of it. Like, he's kind of just, he is essentially kind of treated as an independent contractor. He doesn't know anything about her business. He just knows that she runs a nice, clean place.
When
and
he
has always
says
treated him
this,
well.
When he says this, do I get the feeling that she keeps the business side of things to herself, like private hush hush?
Roll me an insight check.
Oh boy. Ooh, 21.
Not particularly. He's just pretty thick. Doesn't have much of a
Okay.
head for business himself.
Freezing.
Okay. What about any people of interest passing through or going in and out of the forest?
He is able to describe a whole cavalcade of interesting people that have passed through the Fox and the Hound and spent the night in his company. None of which you get the feeling are particularly relevant to you.
Damn it, Ranald. So okay.
I rolled really low for Ranald. Sorry, he's
Damn it, Ranald, piece of shit.
He's just full of himbo.
He's a good time, but he doesn't have a whole lot going on upstairs.
So essentially after my bath, I tell him, like, well, you've done so much work for me. I could hardly ask you to keep going, but I'll give you an option if you so choose. You may return and keep the payment for today. On top of this, I give him 2 gold. Was the massage good?
Actually, yeah, it was pretty damn good. You're feeling pretty relaxed.
I will give him an extra 5 gold for the massage as a tip. And then I tell him, so you may go, as you've satisfied me in many ways. You may stay and comb my hair until I fall asleep. Or I wink at him, and then I tell him, but if we do, I'll need another bath. The choice is yours. And then I just sunder on to bed.
He like fully just kind of grabs your hand and leads you down the hall to another stateroom. And we will fade to black on that lovely scene. Uther, is there anything that you wanted to discover or discuss in particular with your fine companion for the night?
Let's see. Persuasion to see how much fun we're having chilling. Other than it goes to 19. Mwah.
Oh, right. Eloquence part. Yeah,
Yep.
so Ivara, as your companion is known, is thoroughly enchanted with you and your generosity. And seems like very just interested in ensuring you enjoy yourself to the fullest.
Just relaxing, like strumming on the mandolin. Most of the time, I've just been talking and joking and figuring out general, like, what she would see of, like, and understand of, like, any of the main politics. And both having been, and consumed a bit of haze grass, I would just turn to her and go, so, who's, like, the worst bad guy across all the lands around here? And who do you think's the best good guy? I'm not interested in getting into the, like, good and bad argument, but just, your gut feeling.
Oh, I mean, well, you got that asshole down in Morosa. He's swinging his big old dick around just because he stole a fleet 70 years ago, or just because his daddy did anyway. He's kind of a prick, if you ask me. I mean, I've never met the man personally, but it's what I know. And, well, I mean, I've heard good things about the, sorry, I'm just checking some of my notes here. I've heard good things about the new guy that they elected in Gammon. He says he's been doing wonderful things I heard from the merchant that passed through a little while ago. He's been passing all kinds of laws that have just been real good for people, and, just seems really concerned with, the little guy. And I don't know, I just like that, although, little guy ain't always the best thing. Gemen. It is one of the two major cities of the Caloran Confederation. And the other place that she mentioned was Arosa, which is the capital of the country that you are currently in.
I have definitely told you about those two things.
Yes. And, go ahead and give me an insight check.
Sure. Let's see.
Oof.
Hey, we're connecting.
I mean, yeah, what she is telling you is certainly nothing that you haven't already kind of learned a little bit from your travels. She kind of gives you exactly the kind of political breakdown you would expect to hear from a young lady that has just gotten quite high. She is able to give you a good breakdown of sort of the political atmosphere and give you some rumors that have passed that she's heard from travelers that have passed through town and things like that. But there is nothing here that is kind of and this is something that not many people know. It's all just kind of general gossip, road gossip, essentially.
And the last question I would ask before dozing out would be, how are tabaxis treated around here?
From what she tells you, they don't actually get very many. In fact, they are tabaxi in this portion, this far away from any of the major cities, are fairly rare. She can't really recall the last time that any passed through, but she does make it very clear that the Fox and the Hound is.
I would just kind of nod and be like, okay. I'm just trying to figure everything out.
Yeah.
Far from home. And then just relax onto the bed and be like, you can stay or go, whatever you wish.
She absolutely will, she is a professional. She'll stay and keep you company, make sure you have a restful night's sleep. And we will fade to black on that. Laurium, is there anything that you are trying to inquire about from your companion? Or just having a good time?
I used inspiration for that.
It's a very good time.
And
Crush me, daddy.
tremors and make me a con save. I'm kidding. No. All right, you know what he's doing. Fade to black. Boom.
Okay, yeah.
Small talk. Learned name. That's about it.
Okay. Right. So that all is going on upstairs. Meanwhile, Naira, is there anything? You have the afternoon has worn on into evening. Out there, you watch the comings and goings in the common room. It does indeed appear to be like a very much a focal point of the town. As the end of the day approaches, you see a lot of what appear to be kind of locals entering, grabbing drinks, and
Take note of my location.
Oh, directly on top of one of the tables. Okay. So what exactly are you doing as the evening begins to wear on and the more of the locals start to filter in and it starts to gain more of a general tavern feel?
Well, they left me alone at a table with some undrunk wine, if I'm understanding correctly.
Quite a bit of undrunk wine.
So
I
at
drank
this
two big
point,
bottles.
I rolled, I believe, an 18 on performance, and I'm just sitting there going, roll me over in the clover, roll me over, lay me down, and do it again, do it again.
You have, at this point, been dragged onto the stage between the two bards, whilst Zavara and one of the courtesans dance a very lively jig in front of you. Great, as people kind of come in, they're just like, oh, there's a new performance going on, and you see kind of a lot of people are gathering in the seats next to the stage. Everybody's kind of clapping along to the music. And it is it's a very lively night. Zavara at one point will kind of pull you into the dance, allowing you all to, it's kind of spinning you around, very much, being of this very flamboyant, boisterous figure, who is thrilled with the the energy that you are bringing to the room, and doing his best to encourage it.
Strike the bell, second mate, let's go below.
And yeah, so the evening will continue on in this way. The wine that had been offered to you is continues to basically be preferred until you will. I mean, is there anything that you are hoping to accomplish before you are somewhat unsteadily guided upstairs?
No, I went through several phases of drunk.
Okay. Oh well, midnight. Okay.
My token is very tipsy.
I will. Well, okay. So let me see. Roll me a con save to see how long this whole event takes before you are before the quality of your performance starts to suffer.
Oh, good.
What?
I think he's talking to me.
I'm talking to Naira. Sorry. Yes. No.
You said my name, and I was like, "What?"
Yeah, we all roll con save.
I'm drunk.
Okay. Yeah. So, midnight. By the time you are able to conclude your business, and slip away. Hang on, I'm moving you around. Naira, it actually only took, wasn't too long a period before you were brought upstairs by Zavara, who continues to be a very gracious host, and is actually a perfect gentleman as he guides you upstairs to this first row of rooms and leads you into one of them, making sure that you are comfortable in bed. And he actually does also place a small potion beside your and offer it to you and just say, it will take the edge off when you wake up. Please, just a small nip before bed.
Can you fix my token, by the way?
Oh yeah. There we go. And he is able to...
No, you go. It's fine. I know that my company is not the best. It's fine. Please leave me.
Oh, my treasures, they have done you wrong. Please, whoever has told you that, they lied. You are an absolute joy to have. But please, just ensure that when you wake up, take the whole bottle. It will make you feel better. And closes the door on you, and will toddle off back to his duties as maitre d'. Midnight. By the time you are able to slip away from your companion, You head back downstairs. There is no sign of your sister.
That cannot bode well.
By the time, by the way, that this has all concluded, it's late at night. It's like probably about. Well, no, actually, it's not too late given how that you guys got kind of an early start. It was about probably 5 or 6 by the time you concluded your business downstairs. So I would say now it's probably around about 9, 10 o'clock at night.
This place
Tremors.
is so windy.
Sorry,
Tremors
9
with
p.m.
thaumaturgy. Go long into the night. Let me just hit this. Not that I need it.
You said it was 9 p.m.
Give or take, yeah.
He is going to look for his sister, see the guy who's been talking to us, and just walk up to him and say, my companion, the other Tabaxi, have you seen her?
Oh, why, yes, she went to bed just a short while ago. You left her down here with a great deal of wine. She is a most charming performer.
Oh,
A beautiful
She
voice.
performed? Oh no,
yes.
I know. She is absolutely amazing. Can you please tell me in absolute detail everything that transpired? I just as her brother, I'm so upset that I missed it. So please tell me.
Well, of course. At first, I noticed that she was practicing her mandolin, and, well, she had such an exquisite ability to carry a tune. We invited her on stage, and she performed with the brothers there. They sang, I think, at least 3 or 4 songs while I danced with the maiden fair. And then, well, she danced with me, I danced with her, she danced with a girl. And by that point, she was a little unsteady on her feet, so I ensured that she was put to bed safely. Don't you worry, I know how brothers can be.
You are a good man, a very good man. I do have a question. The one of the songs that she sang, did it have anything to do with like rolling in the clover?
Why, yes, it was the first one. A great, great popular number. You may have heard the clapping, or, well, perhaps not.
Oh, there was clapping phrasing. Sorry. Go on.
Oh God.
Guys, I don't know what's happened. This time it's Cole getting me.
I always have a dirty mind. Come on.
At this point, I will thank him and ask. She's just in a. So she's good. She's in a room by herself.
Oh, yes, of course. And he will tell you. He will describe the room that she got put into as the first room on the left. Once you go through the first door.
This is an 18+ stream, right?
Oh my god.
Get a mature rating.
He will. Is the room next to hers vacant? Could I take that room?
He kind of looks a little bit surprised. He goes, "Oh, was there something wrong with the room provided with your companion? You're paid for the whole night."
It was great, absolutely great. This is a little embarrassing, first, the jitters that you probably don't know because you work at this place. You probably don't get those jitters. And he'll just start.
Well, there
overloading
are
him
a
with
number
information.
of potions that can help with that kind of thing. We offer them here. If you are having, issues with that.
No. Everything was fine. Adela was wonderful. I just prefer to sleep by myself at the end of the night. That's all.
Of course, of course. Well, come. I shall ensure that the room is available for you. and he will lead you back upstairs. And let me quickly check. And yes,
Like he's gonna physically walk me up there.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, he basically walks up there, and you watch as he kind of has a brief discussion with the man by the potion table, and then turns to you and goes, good news, the room is apparently available. And then we'll lead you to this second room on the left.
I will go to that room because... Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, I will go to that room and go to sleep.
Okie dokie. So, all of you have bedded down for the night, following your arrival at the Fox and the Hound. Some of you with companions, some without, some with a mix of the two, just for variety's sake. Having met Madame Yannicka and delivered Kindal and her son Hamish safely back to the custody of her father, Wenric, thus ends your arrival at the town of Aldwell. And that is where we will end the session for tonight, lady and gentlemen.
Yay!
What a great one.
Nicholas messaged me and was like, what a session to sit in on.
It's true. We're not always like this.